Okay, awesome.
Teams on the field right now. We're going to be getting our opening ceremonies in 1 minute, so please finish up your last checks and start to get a move on. This competition is about to get underway. is your cue, so whenever you're ready, just jump into it.
All right.
And just communicate with them. Be like, okay, ready.
Okay. I'm going. Okay. Are we ready to go? All right. Please provide a warm welcome for your MCs, first alums Connor Martindale and Marie Salonga.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 SoCal Showdown. We're so excited to be back with you all for some more Rescape action. It's been about 5 months since the last time we saw this game getting played, and here we are bringing it back for a few more competitions. Before we get started with all of the exciting robot action that we are all here for, let's take a moment to thank all of the amazing people who helped make this event possible, starting with First California, the Gene Haas Foundation, and RTX. We also have some amazing host teams here today who are helping run this event, staffing it. So if you see these volunteers, make sure to thank them in person as well. But let's give another warm round of applause for these FRC teams who are hosting the event. It's 2637, the Phantom Cats. It's Team 687, the Nerd Herd. Team 294, Beach Cities Robotics. And last but not least, it's 4201, the Vitruvian Bots.
And again, a big thank you to the Gene Haas Foundation and to all of our donors, from large companies to small businesses, and individual donors who support FIRST and FIRST teams every single season with their sponsorship and volunteers. We really couldn't have done it without you.
And now it is our pleasure to introduce to you all our event director here for SoCal Showdown. That is Joy Kempen, FRC alumni and mentor for Team 4201.
Right. Hello, welcome teams. Thank you guys so much for coming. We're so excited to have you back, especially after a year hiatus. Just wanted to share a welcome, and if you guys need anything, we're here to support, so please let us know. If you guys have any feedback on the event, we're always looking to get better and improve. I did want to share a little bit about this year's event. If you guys didn't see already from our emails and some of our all of our volunteer shirts, is that this year's event is in memoriam of Mike Hashiro. Mike Hashiro was the lead mentor of 2637, the Phantom Cats, and a committee member of this event. He helped make our inaugural event in 2023 happen, and he was doing a lot of work to help make this event happen in the background. We're sad to share his passing, but we have a few things that we're trying to do to honor and celebrate him. In a minute, we're going to be showing a quick video just so that you guys can know him, especially those who didn't have a chance to meet him. But we'll also have at Pit Admin. If you've never been to a FIRST event before, one of the traditions that FIRST has at regionals is to have a Woody Flowers shirt available at the event to sign and for to be given to the nominee who will win at that event. Mike actually won this award in 2020 here at this school at the Los Angeles Regional, but he won the award before this tradition existed. So we wanted to honor his memory by having all of the attendees sign this shirt. It's at Pit Admin, and then we are going to present it to his wife and widow tomorrow. So please go ahead and do that. In the meantime, we'll roll that video. Thank you.
Regional Woody Flowers Finalist Award winner, Mike Hashiro from Team 2637.
think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a and all the science.
Now it's time to recognize our volunteers up in the front. Please welcome the judges, led by Judge Advisor Heather Abrams. The judges want to hear your stories, your successes, and your challenges this season. This is a distinguished group of judges from companies and organizations where you may want to work at someday. So please, don't be shy and make sure to network with them. Judges, thank you for your time and effort. You've got a difficult task ahead of you with this competitive group of teams.
And there's another group of volunteers that you're all going to get very familiar with over the course of this tournament. They're, of course, your referees. They're here to ensure that we have fair play, enforce the rules, make sure that we all compete intensely, but keeping in mind our core values of gracious professionalism. Their rulings are final, but information on video reviews can be found in the rule changes posted on the website. Keep in mind that there are a few other rule changes that we're using here at SoCal Showdown. So if you're not familiar with those rule changes, definitely check them out. They are all posted on the website. So without further ado, please welcome your referees, led by head referee and first alumni, Kenneth Waugh.
Mentors and coaches, you are critical to the FIRST experience. You help set culture at FIRST and are part of the far-reaching support system we've built for students around the globe who are realizing their dreams. A big thank you to mentors and coaches for your dedication and efforts on behalf of all FIRST program.
And don't forget to check out, while you're here this weekend, our other FIRST programs that are going to be on display in the Discovery Row, especially if you've got younger ones with you. There are going to be FLL and FTC displays available, and also some STEM projects for all of our younger students. That's going to be hosted today, Saturday, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. in the school building.
Workshops will be held today at lunch from 12:30 to 1:30 in the school building. Come learn from other teams about strategy, launching an FLL team, and tips for kickoff or designing for manufacturing and assembly.
Additionally, as a reminder for all of our mentors and volunteers with our teams here today, there are new requirements that are going into effect this year from FIRST. They are required by CA AB 506. Mentors and volunteers will be required to complete a live scan fingerprinting and mandated reporter training, which can be found inside the portal on FIRST Inspires. Live scans do not transfer between organizations, so even if you've already done a live scan this year for a different organization, you must do an additional live scan that is separate for FIRST. But don't worry, you have the opportunity to get that done right here today at SoCal Showdown. If you direct your attention to the big screen, you'll see from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., all mentors and volunteers are welcome to come and do their live scan fingerprinting. Please note that there is a cost associated with this, and you must sign up ahead of time. You can sign up over at the live scan station, which is over to the doors, the main entrance, as you enter the pits. And you must remember to sign up before you get your live scan done today.
And finally, keep in mind that safety is everyone's responsibility. So please, help us by making sure to keep walkways and exits clear at all times. If you see something unsafe, like a spill or a tripping hazard, please correct the issue immediately, or if you need assistance, please contact the pit admin for help. It is important for everyone to have a safe, supportive, and enjoyable time here. If anything or anyone is making you feel uneasy, don't hesitate to reach out to a trusted adult for assistance. The FIRST community cares for one another, so if you notice someone who seems to be having a tough time, take a moment to check in and see how you can lend a hand. Together, we can ensure this event is safe and fun for everyone. And also, if anybody is missing a pair of red headphones, please make sure to come up here to AV to go get them. If not, you can go check out the Lost and Found later to pick them up. Now, are you guys ready to play Reefscape? All right, let's power up the robots and start the competition.
And the other voice that you'll be hearing this weekend is our game announcer. Please welcome first alumni Sean Pelliccirini.
Good morning, El Segundo. Let's meet the teams for our first match.
Testing, check. Testing, check. Check, testing. Testing, check. All right, everybody, let's get started with match number 1 here at the SoCal Showdown. Introducing the first team on our Red Alliance, it's Team 9408.
The Warren Warbots.
In the middle driver's station, please give it up for 4276.
Surf City Vikings.
And joining them here in the third driver's station, it's 4470.
Tigers.
Over on the blue side of the field, please welcome Team 6072.
Triton Tech.
Joining them in the middle, it's 5669.
The Techmen.
And rounding out our first match of the day, it's Team 5805.
Assembly required.
All right, it's time to get this match started. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, never mind, we have a thumbs down. All right, everybody, let's try this one more time. We have a thumbs up on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Getting started with our autonomous period of the match. Over on the red side of the field, 3 robots off the line. 9408, that's the Warren Warbots putting up their second L4 Coral. And that they will make it 3. Heading back to the Coral Station, can they get a 4th? Just barely. Alrighty, starting off with our driver control period, 5805, that's assembly required. Racing around to their side of the reef, their teammates, the tech men, also lining up for an L4 Coral, but just barely missing. Over on the red side of the field, 4470, that's the tie gears wrangling an algae and attempting to put it into their processor. 6072 doing the same, picking up an algae from their ground. Blue Alliance chipping away at that blue reef. 5669 successfully scoring an L2 Coral. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, 9408 putting up their second algae in the net. 5669 going all the way up for a level 4 Coral and racing back to their Coral Station. Let's see if they can get one more up, and they're going to go for another L4 Coral. And they successfully score. 9408, that Coral and algae machine successfully puts up one more algae in the net, and now they're going for an L3 Coral after already filling out their top row. 5669 going up for one more L4 Coral on the blue side. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be their 5th. As their teammate assembly required line up to de-algify, making more room for those coral. Shuttling that algae they just picked off the reef right over into the processor. Over on the red side of the field, 4276 lining up for another coral on that reef. Their teammates 4470 also going for that L2. They managed to drop it into an L1. 9408 also successfully dropping one more L1 coral in the trough. That sonar ping signifies there are 20 seconds remaining in the match as we enter our end game. Techmen lining up for their climb. 4470 doing the same. All 3 red robots in their park zone going for a climb. 6072 lining up for a park, and 5805 doing the same. 9408 successfully off the ground. 2 seconds, 1, and that is the end of the match. Your scores for qualification match number 1. It is your Red Alliance taking the win with 136 points to 77.
All right, everybody, it's time to get started with meeting the teams for qualification match number 2. Over on the Red Alliance, it's 11:48.
Harvard Westlake Robotics.
Joining them in the middle on red, let's give it up for Team 4419.
Team Rewind.
And their alliance partners rounding out this Red Alliance, 60-20.
The Golden Griffins.
Let's meet the teams over here on the blue side of the field. Starting us off, it's Team 3759.
That's Smart Bots.
In the middle driver's station, give it up for 4123.
Tribe Robotics.
And their alliance partners, it's 4999.
Momentum.
Attention all of our robot fans. We have a white Honda Odyssey that is parked in the main drive lane outside. License plate is N004. If that is your car, we do need to get that moved as quickly as possible. Again, that's a white Honda Odyssey parked outside. License plate N004. Thank you. All right, everybody, I see a thumbs up from our FTA, working very hard to get these robots on the field. So let's get our drivers behind the lines, and we have a thumbs down. Just kidding. All right, everybody, this time's for real. Thumbs up on the field, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's get started with this autonomous period of the match. Blue Alliance has 3 robots moving. 4123 Tri Robotics putting up their second L4 Coral, and they make it. Over on the red side of the field, 4419 going to score, but they just barely reach that. Your score at the end of Auton is 27-9. 4123 taking an algae off of the reef very swiftly, going back to their coral station to grab one more. 6220 launching a coral up into the air as their teammates 1148 head over to their barge to drop an algae in the net. 4999 heading over to the red side of the field to play some defense on that red robot. 1148 picking up one more algae from the reef to go back up and drop their second in the net. On the blue side of the field, 4123 picking up a coral from their coral station. They've already filled out 4, 5, 6 coral on that reef and putting one more L4 up. .4419, that's Team Rewind looking to drop an L4 coral up for that red reef, and they do. Under the watchfulness of 4999, 1148 is struggling to get around to their reef, but they managed to make it out. Well, unfortunately, just barely missing that L4 coral. 3759, that's Smartbots looking to line up an L2 coral. They managed to drop it in the trough, but unfortunately it bounces out. 6220 on the red side of the field, looks like they may be having some drive trouble. Hopefully they can get that resolved by the end of the match. 41-23, going up for an L4 Coral with an Algae still in their robot, going for a super cycle to drop that Algae, second blue Algae up there in the net. And one more they're going to go for and grab off the ground. Never mind, they're heading out to their Coral station. 62-20, looks like they're back up and running, although unfortunately looks like they've just launched a Coral up into the air again. 41-23, once again dropping an L4 Coral. Looks like they've nearly filled out that top row of that blue reef. 49-99, sailing back over to their home side and dropping an Algae in the processor before heading back to their bar zone. They're going to go for a park in these final 4 or 5 seconds of the match. Your scores in a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 2. It's the Blue Alliance who's going to take the win with a score of 90-80.
All right, everybody, let's meet the teams here in qualification match number 3. Starting off with our Red Alliance, it's Team 359.
The Hawaiian Kids.
Joining them on red, give it up for Team 3255.
Super Nerds.
Rounding out this Red Alliance, it's Team 702.
Bagel Bites.
Let's meet the teams over on the blue side of the field, starting off with Team 7042.
Poly Robotics.
In the middle driver's station, it's 1138.
Eagle Engineering.
And rounding out our qualification match, it's 687.
The Nerd Herd.
All right, everybody, we see the thumbs up from our FTA. You know what that means. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous period of the match, 11:38, immediately going for one. L4 Coral 687 as well, though unfortunately they just miss. 32.55 going for the same. 359, their alliance partner, able to score one L4, one L3, and drop an algae off of that reef. 70.42 lining up on that Blue Alliance reef for that tilted elevator, just barely missing for L4. 687, their alliance partner, doing the same. 359, the Hawaiian kids dropping an algae up all the way in the net. 70.42 on the Blue Alliance side, looking to do the same. 32.55 on the Red Alliance, really just hammering that net. A third algae going up, but just barely missing. On the Blue Alliance side of the field, 687 picking a coral up off of the ground and going for the lower ranks of the reef here, going for a level 2 coral. 70.42 as well, paralleling the red sides, advances in the algae department, going up for a second Blue Alliance algae and picking one more off of the reef. Unfortunately, it looks like 11:38 might be having some drive trouble, but they're back up now, picking up a coral from the coral station. 702 lining up to that red reef, but unfortunately just barely missing an L4 coral. 359 doing the same, picking a coral up off of the ground and going for level 2. 11:38 zipping across the field. You might even say they fly like an eagle. On the Red Alliance side, 359 is nearly entirely filled out their side of the reef and is now just dropping extremely quick L1s. They've already got 3 by the time I finish that sentence. 70.42 continue their pattern, going for another algae, but unfortunately it just barely falls out of their manipulator. 687 going for a crazy L1 score, dropping a small metal panel off their robot. Hopefully that is not required for them to function. 359 hitting an extremely quick climb as soon as the sonar ping hits. We got 20 seconds remaining in the match. 359 repeatedly going for that climb, but just barely hitting the ground. 70.42 and 11:38 parking as well. 5 seconds remain. 359 trying another hang, and successfully this time. 32.55 as well. Your scores in a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 3. Oh, there they are. It's your Red Alliance taking the win with a score of 161 to 75. Your Red Alliance will also be picking up 5 of theirs ranking points.
All right, everybody, let's keep moving on with our qualification matches. It's time to introduce our Red Alliance. Starting out in driver station number 1, it's 597.
The Wolverines.
In the middle driver station, please welcome Team 8060.
Bogo.
And last but certainly not least, give it up for Team 968.
That's Rock. Robotics Alliance of West Covina.
Over on the blue side of the field, please a warm welcome to 6658.
The Rockbotics.
Joining them in the middle driver station, it's one of our host teams. That's 4201.
The Vitruvian Bots.
And if you can believe it, it's another one of our host teams, Team 2637.
Phantom Cats.
That's a thumbs up, so let's get started. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off your autonomous period, 2637 racing off that line to drop an L4 Coral. Their teammates 4201 doing the same. Over on the red side of the field, we have 3 robots off their lines, but only one over at the Coral station, moving quite slowly. Your scores at the end of autonomous are 23-9 with your Blue Alliance leading. Starting in the telegraph period, 597 immediately going up all the way to L4, looking to drop that on their red reef. Over on the blue side of the field, looks like 2637 might be having some alignment trouble. Hopefully they can get that fixed. 4201 dropping one more L4 coil on that blue reef while 6658 lines up. 968 over on the red side of the field, quickly dealgifying, while 597 does the same on the other side of the reef. 4201 dropping the coil into the inside of the robot and racing back to the coil station to grab one more. .597 with a coil in their robot looking to line up. Are they going to go all the way up? Lining up for that L4 one more time. High scoring points, and they managed to hit it for that Red Alliance. 4201 on the blue side, dropping down now to drop an L2 coil. Nudging their alliance partners, 2637. They have elevator movement, but unfortunately have not moved since the end of autonomous period. 4201 lining up for one more L2 coil, and they are successful. Over on the red side of the field, 597, that efficient score, lining up for their fourth L4 coil. They managed to secure it. 968 now starting to score coil as well and lining up for an L3, which they are able to successfully drop with that manipulating arm. On the blue side of the field, 6658 lining up for their L2 coil. See if they can drop it from that long chute. Fortunately, just barely missing dropping off of the trough. 597 dropping down to the lower levels now, proving they can master every single level of that reef and dropping an L2 coral. Sonar ping goes off and 6658 races over to the red side of the field, attempting to line up for a park. 4201 doing the same. 8060 parked in their Red Alliance park zone. That is the end of the match. Your scores in a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 4, and it is your Blue Alliance taking the win with a score of 61-51. They'll also be picking up 4 ranking points.
All right, let's meet the teams for qualification match number 5. Starting off on the Red Alliance, it's 294.
Beach Cities Robotics.
Joining them in the middle driver station, it's 599.
The Robodocs.
And rounding out this Red Alliance with their new robot, it's 3476.
Code Orange.
Over on the blue side of the field, put your hands together for Team 8521.
Cyber Lions.
Their alliance partners, Team 691.
Project 691.
And rounding it out, it's 1197.
The Torbots.
And that's a thumbs up. Let's get qualification match number 5 underway. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off our autonomous period, we have 3 robots moving on that red side of the field. Over on the blue side, looks like we have only 2 robots on the field. Hopefully they can make up for that. Team 1197 going up for their second L4 coil. On the red side, they're matching, just barely missing that 4th L4 coil. Their scores at the end of autonomous are 27-20. 1197 dropping one more L4 right out of the gate and dropping an algae onto the ground. 8521 cycling over to their coral station and racing back over to the reef to start scoring. 599 dropping in their second algae into the reef. Oh, it looks like 294 got stuck on an algae, but luckily 599 was able to get them unstuck. 3476 going for a ground coral, but racing back to their coral station to pick up another. 1197 efficiently filling out that top row of their reef. Looks like they've already got 5 L4 corals set up there. 3476 looking to grab an algae off the reef, but it looks like their end effector is just a little bit too high. 294 picking up an algae off the ground and going back up. Red already has 4 algae in that barge net. 3476 looking to make that 5, but unfortunately just barely missing. Lots of clacking over on the red side of the field as elevators moving up and down. 294 dropping an L4 coral, and looks like they only have 2 free branches. .3476 going up one more time, and they make it that 5th algae in their net. Now looking to pick up a ground coral once again. They're able to pick it up in their end effector, and oh, looks like they launched it at their alliance partner. A bit of friendly fire there, and now they're going to drop one into the trough. 294 dropping off an L3 coral, and Robodocs doing exactly the same, although they just barely missed. Extremely high speed scoring on both sides of the field here. 294 and 599 working together. Looks like that red reef is nearly completely full. The sonar ping goes off, and that means we have 20 seconds left in the match. 294 lining up for their climb, sticking those 4 prongs into the cage and reeling it back in. 3476 looking to park as well. 294 is off the ground. 1197 looking to line up, but just barely missing. Your scores will be up on the big screen in just a moment. Your results for qualification match number 5. It is the Red Alliance taking that win with a score of 147 to 117. They'll also pick up 4 ranking points.
All right, let's get starting our teams for qualification number 6. Starting off with the Red Alliance with Team 4322.
That's Clockwork.
Next up, we have our rookie team, 11024.
Hypernova Robotics.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have Team 3473.
That's Team Sprocket.
Starting off with the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4079.
It's Quantum Leap.
Next up on the Blue Alliance, we have 2659.
They're the Robo Warriors.
And finally, rounding off our Blue Alliance is Team 3408.
That's the Cyber Cubs.
That's some. Never mind. That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
It's time for some autonomous action here in qualification match number 6. We have a little bit of a traffic jam over on the blue side of the field. 3408 going to use that A-stop button very wisely. And 3473, oh no, climbing up onto the reef. Looks like we didn't get any pieces of coral scored in this very chaotic start to the match. But as the match continues on, there's still plenty of room and opportunities for these teams to keep competing. 43-22, that's Clockwork over on the red side of the field, removing algae from the reef. Let's see where they take it. They're taking it back to their human player station right now, changing their minds and returning it to the barge. They're going to come up with their elevator, let it go, and that's a piece of algae from Clockwork. 3408 Cyber Cubs up on level 4, barely going to miss, and that piece of coral is stuck under their elevator. Let's see if they can figure out how to get that out of there, otherwise they're not going to be able to score very many points in this match. Their alliance partners, 4079, that's Quantum Leap, approaching the reef with their own piece of coral, extending all the way up to level 4, getting good use out of that elevator, while 2659, the Robo Warriors, remove some algae. 4079 Quantum Leap deciding they're also going to remove some algae on the way back to the human player station. Looks like they're trying to get that piece of coral out of their funnel. Meanwhile, Clockwork continuing to score. It looks like they came down a little too hard and knocked some pieces of coral out of the trough there. A little bit of negative scoring, but they're still figuring it out over there. They're going to remove that piece of algae very nicely, pick up a piece of coral on their way over to the barge. Very efficient play from 4322. While our rookie team, 11024, using that very nice ground intake, trying to get some pieces of coral off of the ground over there with their alliance partners, Team Sprocket. It's Sprocket's turn to approach the reef as we see some defense. 4079 has given up on trying to get that piece of coral that's stuck, and they're going to do some defense to keep helping out their team, try to slow down the scoring power of this Red Alliance in this very close game. 44-42 is the live scoring with just 35 seconds left in the match. Both sides trying to get some final points here as we approach our final 30 seconds. Red Alliance is pulling away with a very slight lead, but it's definitely nothing that the Blue Alliance can't handle. That's another set of points for 2659, the Robo Warriors, as they place a piece of algae into the processor station. That 11024 human player making a nice shot as teams are starting to approach the barge area. 11024 looking for a climb on their side of the field. We have 2 blue robots inside that barge zone. Let's see if we can get any more last-minute endgame points. Your official scores will be posted in just a moment. And official scores coming up on the screen. It's a Red Alliance victory, 60 points to 52. Red Alliance will be walking away with 3 ranking points from that match.
Let's get started with team introductions. First up, Team 1160.
That's Titanium Robotics.
Next up, we have Team 5089.
They are the Robo Nerds.
Next up, rounding off the alliance, we have 696.
That's Circuit Breakers.
Now moving on to our blue alliance. Starting off the blue alliance with Team 5199.
The Robot Dolphins from outer space.
Next up, we have Team 2710.
it's Jetstream.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance is Team 22.
Competing for the first year since 2006, that's Double Deuce. Over on the blue side of the field, we're going to get started with our rock, paper, scissors tournament between 51.99 and 27.10. Here we go. A tie, scissors, scissors, paper, rock, 51.99 up 1-0. Let's keep going with this tournament. We've got time. Oh, 1-1, Jetstream striking back in round 2. Let's get started with round 3. Ooh, Robot Dolphins coming back. It's point back and forth between the two teams. Looks like that's going to be it. Very nicely done from both of our competitors here today.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
It's time for some autonomous action here in qualification match number 7. Robot Dolphins moving all the way around to the backside of the reef to start scoring some algae, while their alliance partners 2710 returning to the human player station. Looks like Blue Alliance not quite getting any algae, but on the Red Alliance, it's scoring all over that level 4. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 already up. This Red Alliance powerhouse Auton over here. Very impressive from the Circuit Breakers, the Robo Nerds, and Titanium Robotics. Let's see if they can keep the lead. 696 Circuit Breakers already moving over to that processor. They're going to be filling up algae into the processor, getting those 6 points each in between corals. They're going to place 1 onto level 3, while 1160 Titanium Robotics was up on level 4. Not quite getting it. Their alliance partners 5089, the Robo Nerds, have moved over to the blue side of the field to start playing some algae against those Robot Dolphins who are approaching the barge right now. They're going to launch 1 in, and that's another 4 points for the Blue Alliance. Robot Dolphins using that ground intake, barely going to drop it thanks to that defense from 5089. Jetstream going to knock 1 onto level 4 and remove a piece of algae from the reef at the same time in one fluid motion. Red Alliance still has a pretty sizable lead. 64-41 is the real-time scoring. Team 22 Double Deuce still working on getting their robot moving. We'll see if they can get back by the end of the match. While there's a lot of action on both sides of the field, it's scoring everywhere. That Blue Alliance human player station has coral flooded all over it. 5089, the Robo Nerds doing a great job of shutting down that human player station, while their alliance partners continue to score. Looks like 1160 has been sitting at the reef for a little while now, trying to get their driving back, and that is allowing the Blue Alliance to close the point lead. It's only 10 points, now 4 points separating these two teams, these two alliances, as we have just 42 seconds left in the match. Blue Alliance working really hard to make up that point deficit that they found at the end of Autonomous, while we have 696, the Circuit Breakers, continuing to do their best to score for the Red Alliance, and they're going to do just that again on level 3. Another one for the Circuit Breakers, while on the blue side of the field, it's Jetstream who's approaching the reef for the Blue Alliance. Robot Dolphins trying to pick up an algae, gonna drop another one. They're going to approach their barge for the first climb of this match. 2710 and 5199 looking for those high point value deep climbs. 5199 already off the ground. 2710 working on doing the same as we see the Red Alliance robots still just scoring on the reef. They know where they can score the most amount of points, and that's in that reef. Final scores will be posted in just a moment. Final scores from that qualification match, it's 100-83. The Red Alliance takes it. They'll be walking away with 4 ranking points, claiming that auto bonus.
All right, let's get started with team introductions. First, starting off our Red Alliance with 6658.
It's Rockbotics.
Next up, we have 72.
That's the Bagel Bites.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have Team 3476.
We have a code in the building. It's a code orange.
Next up with our Blue Alliance, we have Team 1148.
That is Harvard Westlake Robotics.
Next up, we have Team 9408.
Fresh off their victory at Chessie Champs, it's the Warren Warbots.
And finally, we have 294.
That's Beach Cities Robotics.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
This Blue Alliance is going to have an incredible autonomous period. Watch out for all of that coral that's scoring, but the Red Alliance is not going to be outdone. That's one dropping close to level 1 from our Red Alliance, but over on the blue side of the field, it's scoring everywhere. Up on level 4 we have coral. We also have one down on level 1 as well. That's going to be a very impressive 47-point auton from our Blue Alliance. Let's see if our Red Alliance can use their tele-operated performance to try to catch up. 3476, Code Orange going up to level 4 on the red side of the field. They're going to score another one up there for their alliance. Over on the blue side of the field, this is some incredible teamwork between these 3 teams. The level 4 reef is already almost filled. They're scoring algae already. That is some impressive teamwork here in just qualification match number 8. Look out for what these teams are going to do through the rest of the tournament. Over on the red side of the field, we still see plenty of scoring. It's Code Orange trying to remove algae from the reef right now. 702 Bagel Bites going up to level 4, barely going to miss that piece of coral, but they're going to return to their human player station, grab one more, and be ready to go with another scoring attempt. Code Orange barely going to drop another piece of coral, still working on aligning these robots perfectly. Those pegs on the reef are not easy to score on. These teams with their new drivers, their new robots, still practicing, working out the kinks here in their first and second qualification matches of the day. But 1148 is working out nothing. They've already got it figured out. That's another one up into the barge. They've removed a piece of coral from the reef. Here they go, up again. 1148 is going to score it. There we go. Very nicely done from this Blue Alliance as the Warren Warbots moving around the reef trying to find open pegs. That's the hardest part of the game right now for this Blue Alliance, is where are they even allowed to score? They've already done so much scoring. With just 45 seconds left in the match, this Blue Alliance is putting on an amazing performance. The Red Alliance doing a great job as well. Level 4 is halfway full right now. 702, the Bagel Bites going up to level 4, while Rockbotics 6658 already approaching that barge. They know what's important in this match, getting that climbing RP. And if they're able to get off of the ground with this deep cage, that's going to be plus 12 points for their alliance. So they want to make sure that they secure these points, as the Blue Alliance already has 2 robots inside the barge zone getting ready to climb. I see movement off the ground from Harvard Westlake. I see a claw being retracted from 294, and I see 9408 approaching it as well. 3476 doing their best to line up very carefully with their chain, their claw inside it. They're going to pull back and barely miss the cage. It looks like a triple climb from the Blue Alliance, but we'll see what the official scores are in a moment. Final scores up on the screen. You hear the cheering. You know it was a big one. 232 from our Blue Alliance. They're going to take home all 6 ranking points. That might be the event high score for quite a while here. But the Red Alliance did not go home empty-handed. They got a ranking point of their own.
All right, let's start off with team introductions, starting off with 4419.
Let's take it back with Team Rewind.
Next up, we have team 4322.
TikTok, it's Clockwork.
And finally, we have 96-8.
That's Rock, the Robotics Alliance of West Covina from West Covina High School in West Covina, California.
Moving on to our Blue Alliance, we are starting off with 4470.
They are the Tigers.
Next up on the Alliance, we have 69-1.
That's Project 691 Robotics.
And finally, we have 59-9.
They are the Robodogs.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA, drivers behind the lines. In 3. Never mind. That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
It's time for autonomous action. Over on the red side of the field, it's all 3 teams moving off of the robot starting line. We already see one up on level 4, whereas on the blue side of the field, we have 2 robots who've had a little bit of movement. piece going up on level 4 from the Robodogs, barely falling down as they approach the reef one more time. Not quite going to score that last game piece, but they are ready to go as soon as this teleoperated period starts. 4322 with their new sideways elevator robot going to be removing pieces of algae from the reef, coming up to the barge in a very nice display of careful driving. They're going to push that piece, barely misses. 5099 on the other side of the field, showing them how it's done with this algae. 599 again going back, while 4419 with some great driving in between those deep cages, moving over to the blue side of the field, start playing some defense. We've got more algae bouncing over to the blue side of the field, courtesy of Clockwork. 599 barely going to miss that one, while their alliance partners 4470 fills out level 2 of the reef. Clockwork going up again for another attempt at these algae in the barge, and they've got it this time. It's nearly a tie game with just a minute and 30 seconds left in this match. 34, excuse me. It could be anyone's game at this point. All 6 robots working very hard. 691 still working on getting that robot moving. They're going to hopefully connect so that they can score some points for this Blue Alliance. 599 going up to level 4. They're going to pull down and do a little bit of a coral reef climb. They get themselves out very nicely, and they can continue scoring. Over on the red side of the field, it's 968. Rock moving over towards that reef. They're going up to score a piece on level 3, and they have got it. Very nicely done from Rock, while their alliance partners score again into the barge. That's Clockwork doing all of the work on this algae for that red alliance. Clockwork going to be a little bit inside that penalty zone, hitting those blue cages, while over on the blue side of the field, we see more coral scoring. 4470, the Tigers placing one onto level 1, and it's a slight lead for the Blue Alliance now. They're starting to get a little bit ahead here as they score more and more coral on this reef, but 968 Rock has something to say about it. They're going to score one more piece onto level 3. Clockwork is going to drop that piece of algae into the barge, and they've got it this time. We only have 12 seconds left, so all of our teams are going to start making their way over to that barge zone. I see one off the ground from 968, another from 4470. Robodogs trying to get one more piece of coral, and they've got it. Final scores coming up on the screen for that qualification match. It's the Blue Alliance going to take the lead here. 4 ranking points will be awarded to our blue side. Red side is not going home without some ranking points of their own. They got 2. That's that auto bonus and the barge bonus.
All right, let's start with our team introduction, starting off with 7042.
It's Polly Robotics,
Next up, we have 6220.
the Golden Griffins.
And finally, we have 359.
Aloha to the Hawaiian Kids.
Next up, we have the Blue Alliance, starting off with 3473.
They are Team Sprocket.
Alongside them in this alliance is Team 4276.
The Surf City Vikings.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance, we have Team 3408.
They are the Cyber Cubs.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
It's time for our 10th qualification match in 7042, kicking us off to an explosive start. They're going to zoom all the way over to the blue side of the field. These blue Autons are also going crazy, but you know who's not affected is 359, the Hawaiian Kids, still continuing to score and remove algae in their Auton. What an autonomous routine from that team from Hawaii. Now, as the match is continuing to start, Poly Robotics going to move back onto their side of the field. It's going to be 2 scoring robots against 3 in this qualification match. But after that autonomous period, the Red Alliance might actually have the advantage right now. 359 using that ground intake to approach the reef. They're scoring on level 2. Over on the blue side of the field, 3408, the Cyber Cubs. They have a piece of coral stuck inside their robot. It's going to hit against the cage as they try to get over to the red side of the field. They want to play some defense now that that coral is stuck, and it means that they can't continue to score. 4276 and 3473 are now the only scoring robots for this Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, over on the red side, it's 2 scores against 2 scores, but a little bit of extra traffic. We have 2 blue robots over on the red side of the field. Those are penalties. One of those teams is going to have to go back to their side of the field at some point. 3408 going to touch some red cages on the way over. Teams, be sure to read those penalty rules. You do not want to be caught doing things that the refs do not like to see. Over on the red side of the field, 359 doing their best to play some offense amongst all of this defense. 7042 Poly Robotics continuing to score on their side of the reef. We still have 2 blue robots on the red side of the field. There we go, Cyber Cubs back inside their barge zone. And now it's up to Sprocket to play some defense on these 2 scoring powerhouses. Powerhouses indeed, they've got 147 points already from this Red Alliance. 4276 left all on their own to continue scoring, but that is not going to stop them. They're not going to slow down. Here they go, lining up at level 2, taking their time and placing it. That's another piece of coral from the Surf City Vikings. Here they are, back at Human Player Station again, moving up. Let's see what level they're going to score on this time. It's level 3. Here they go, and that's another one from the Vikings. Poly Robotics and Hawaiian Kids continuing to score on their side of the field. Poly Robotics with 22 seconds left have approached the barge zone. You hear that sonar buzzer. You know what that means. It's time to climb. Unless you were 359, in which you're going to continue to score on the reef. Just 5 seconds left. We see more teams approaching this barge zone. Let's see if they can get these last second climbs. 359 pulls down with a very fast climb. Looks like we've got 2 up from red and 3 robots parked in the barge zone. It's time to see our final score from that match. 218 going over to this Red Alliance. They, of course, are going to walk away with 6 ranking points from that match. Quite a lot of foul points going over in that match. Again, teams, make sure that you brush up on your rules before you compete here today. All right, everybody, let's meet the teams for this qualification match. Starting over on the red side of the field, it's 4123.
Tribe Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, 687.
The Nerd Herd.
And 8060.
Bogo.
On the blue side of the field, give it up for 6072.
Triton Tech.
In the middle, 1197.
The Torbots.
And last but not least, it's 5089.
Robo Nerds.
Just a reminder, before we get this next match started, we do have our live scan station open right now. It'll be open today from 11 a.m. to 2:30. All of our volunteers, mentors, coaches should be doing a live scan for FIRST this year. It is a mandated requirement. So if you have not done it already for FIRST Robotics, please head over to the main entrance over here in the gym on the right side of the field so that you can get your live scan done today.
that is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Getting started with our autonomous period of the match. 1197, that Torbot machine immediately racing to get one L4 Coral. On the red side of the field, they're matching it though. Two L4 Corals already up by 687. And their alliance partner. Your scores of the end of autonomous are 32-16. Over on the blue side of the field, 60-70, slow and steady, racing up to that L4. Let's see if they can get a Coral dropped. And they succeed. Over on the red side, Tribe Robotics shooting a algae up into the net. Meanwhile, their teammates, 80-60, looking like they might be angling to head over to the blue side of the field, hanging out by that red guard zone. Tribe Robotics going for a super cycle here, going to score an L4 Coral. Unfortunately, they just barely miss. Meanwhile, 687, the Nerd Herd dropping. Oh, looking to drop an L4 Coral. They get barely bumped by 50-89. Robo Nerds over on the red side of the field playing some defense. But 687 managed to score L4 nonetheless. Going to use that ground intake. A little bit of a traffic jam. Oh my gosh. 50-89 stuck up on an algae. Unfortunately for the Blue Alliance, looks like they may not be able to play any defense anymore. Without a teammate on that side, they may stay stuck for a little bit of time unless they can successfully get their own robot unstuck. Back on their home, the blue side of the field, 60-72, dropping one more L4 Coral up on that blue reef. 1197, solid RSL. Hopefully they can get that resolved. 80-60, sitting right next to them, also unmoving. 41-23, stable throughout this match, drops one more L4 Coral and a third algae up in their red net. 80-60, looks like they might be going homewards, floating around near the guard zone. 60-72, slow and steady, but they are going to win this race. They're determined. They dropped that L4 Coral, nearly filling up that blue reef. 41-23, an efficient scoring machine. They've already dropped 4 algae up in that reef, and they're going for one more. With the sonar pings, and you know what that means. 20 seconds remain in the match. 687, the Nerd Herd, lining up for that climb. 80-60, are they going to go for a shallow or just looks like a park? 41-23 remaining on their scoring side. 60-72 and 11-97, both parked in their zone. Scores for this match in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 11, and it is the Red Alliance taking the win for this match with a score of 87-58. All 3 Red Alliance teams are going to be moving up the rankings.
Let's get started with team introductions, starting off with 11024.
That's Hypernova Robotics.
Next up, we have 8521.
The Cyber Lions.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have 1160.
Titanium Robotics.
Moving on to our Blue Alliance. Team 4201.
The Vitruvian Bots.
Next up on the Alliance, we have Team 3759.
Smart Bots.
And finally, we have 2710.
Jetstream.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get started with our autonomous period. 3 blue robots. Oh my gosh, looks like a traffic jam over on the blue side of the field. 4201 dropping a coral into their teammate. 3759. Over on the red side, we also have 3 robots moving. 1160 dropping an L4 coral. Jetstream tries to match, but just barely missing. Starting off our teleop period of the match. 4201 racing over to their human player station and heading over to try and score on the reef. 11024, that's Hypernova Robotics over on the blue side of the field playing some defense. Oh, it looks like they're picking up some foul points here though. Oh my gosh. 4201 looking to score an L4 coral but getting hooked on the reef. Luckily they're able to quickly unstick themselves. Over on the red side of the field, 8521 going up and securing an L3 coral. 1160 looks like they might be having a little bit of drive trouble over at their coral station. Hopefully they can get that resolved. Right now they only have 1 scoring robot on that Red Alliance. 4201 just tipping a little bit but looking to hit that L4 coral. Unfortunately their defense by 11024 is preventing them. 4201 going up once again, trying to see if they can make it onto that back reef stalk. They're lining up. Just making it there. On the red side of the field, 8521 solidly scoring, just working away at that red reef. 4201 backwards dunks an algae into the blue net, the first algae scored in the net of our match. Looks like 1160 is back up and running, although they're hanging out over by their reef station. 8521 continuing to score, and 11024 coming over to help out their teammates. Over on the blue side of the field, 3759 moving up to angle for a coral score, trying to get it past that algae, but it looks like they may not be able to get it until that algae is removed. Luckily they have a mechanism for that, going to whack that algae off the reef. Their teammates 4201 going for another coral scored on that reef, but unfortunately they drop it. Sonar ping hits, Jetstream lining up to hang, as well as 4201. 11024 seeing if they can get, I think they're just going for a park there. Their 2 teammates continuing to score. 1160 unfortunately sitting still once again. And that is the end of the match. Your scores on the big screen in just a minute. Your scores for qualification match number 12, and it is the Blue Alliance that's going to take that match with a score of 52 to 45. Blue Alliance walking away with 3 ranking points.
Let's start off with team introductions. Starting off with team 4999.
That's Momentum.
Following them is 4255.
The Super Nerds.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have 2659.
Robo Warriors.
Moving on to our Blue Alliance. First up, we have 4079.
Quantum Leap.
Following them, we have Team 22.
They're back. It's Double Deuce.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance, we have 69-6.
The Circuit Breakers.
There's a thumbs up from our FDA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Starting off the autonomous period of the match. Oh, looks like 26:59 backing into that blue cage. That's going to be a bit of a penalty there. 3 red robots off the line. 32:55 going up for an L4 coral, but just barely missing. We have 1 blue robot moving on the side of the field, but they are not able to reach their coral station. Getting into our tele-op period of the match. 69-6 rolling over to their reef and dropping 1 L4 coral. Unfortunately, it looks like we only have 1 Blue Alliance robot moving. 4079 and 22 seem to be having some drive trouble. Hopefully they can get that resolved near the end of the match. 32:55 going up to drop a quick algae in the net. 49.99 back after a quick break. Red Alliance working away at that red reef, dropping 2 L4 corals and 1 algae up in the net. They are scoring efficiently. Looks like 4079 is up and ready to go. 696. The Circuit Breakers, an efficient scoring machine. They put up 4 or 5 L4 coral already, racing back to their coral station. On the red side of the field, the Super Nerds keeping pace, although unfortunately it looks like they're a little off alignment, missing that L3 coral. 49.99 makes it up with another L3 coral scored. 32.55. Quick to repair their mistake, and they are getting a second L3 coral. Now onto that reef using that efficient ground intake. 40.79 looks to be trying to de-score an algae off of their reef, and they are successful, clearing the way for their alliance partner 696 to drop some coral, although unfortunately they just missed that L4. 40.79 going around to the other side of the reef, going to do some more de-algifying, although they just barely missed. Knocking a coral down onto that angled side of the branch, but it still counts. They are doing good on points. 32.55, bouncing back and forth, going back to that red reef and scoring another L3. 26.59, 49.99, all scoring on that red reef. It's filling up quickly, and now their only issue is finding places to score. Coral litters the red side of the field as we enter into our endgame period. 32.55 with an extremely quick hang as they swing back and forth on their deep cage. 49.99 lining up. Are they going to go for a park or a hang? We shall see. 26.59 also lining up with 2 seconds remaining in the match, and that is all. Your scores in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match 13, and it is the Red Alliance taking that victory with a score of 104-74. The Red Alliance will also take home 4 ranking points.
let's start off with team introductions for this round. Starting off with team 5669.
The Tech Men.
Next up on the alliance, we have 2637.
Phantom Cats.
And rounding off our red alliance, we have 5199.
The Robot Dolphins from outer space.
Moving on to our blue alliance. Starting us off, we have 5805.
From Rancho San Margarita, assembly required.
Following them, we have 597.
The Wolverines.
And rounding off our blue alliance, we have 1138.
Eagle Engineering.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get started with this autonomous period of the match. Over on the blue side, lots of action. 3 robots racing off their starting lines. 597 placing an L4 Coral. Over on the red side of the field, they're matching it up. 2637 going up, and 5199 as well. 2 L4 Coral left on that red reef. Starting off the teleoff period of the match, 1138, rushing over to their Coral station. 597 with a Coral in their robot, looking to line up for one more L4 Coral. 5199, an efficient scoring machine, grabbing algae off of that reef. They head over to their net, and they are able to land it in. 5805 also shuffling an algae and taking it over to their processor. 5669, the Tech Men. They have a Coral in their robot, and they're looking for it. Unfortunately, it bounces off the trough. Same with the Phantom Cats. Phantom Cats picking up another Coral and looking to line up. And and they successfully landed L3 Coral. 5199 showing off their abilities on every level, dropping a Coral right there in the L1 drop. 5805, an efficient shuffler of Algae, dropping one more into their key processor. Now they're racing around to the red side of the field, looking to play some defense on those scoring robots. Unfortunately, it looks like we have two robots down, one on each side of the field. 669, 1138 have not moved. Hopefully they can get that drive trouble resolved. 5805 has raced over to the blue side of the field, leaving those chains swinging. Looks like they're going to help out their teammates in the scoring. Red side of the reef is filling up as both 5199 and 2637 look to drop L4 Coral. Looks like something's up with the 5199 machine, but they are able to land it. 5805 grabbing one more Algae off of that reef. Are they able to get it? And they do. Dropping once again in that processor as 597 lines up for their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Coral. As the seconds count down, we get into the end game. 2637 looks to be going for their climb, but just barely slips off of that cage. 5199 going for it as well, pulling that cage into their robot. 5805 lining up, and 597 doing the same. With 5 seconds remaining in the match, we have one red robot up, almost two, just barely missing. We will have your scores for match number 14, sorry, in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 14, and it is the Red Alliance taking the win. They will walk away with 5 ranking points, and all 3 teams on the Alliance will be moving up in the rankings. Has that red.
All right, let's get started with some team introductions for qualification 15. Starting off with 1160.
From San Marino, it's Titanium Robotics.
Next up, we have 359.
From Waialua, Hawaii, the Hawaiian Kids.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have 599.
Granada Hills, it's the Robodocs.
Next up, we have the Blue Alliance.
All from California.
Starting off with Team 6220.
From Los Alamos, the Golden Griffins.
Next up on the Blue Alliance, we have 4201.
You're in El Segundo, it's the Vitruvian Bots.
And finally, on the Blue Alliance, we have 9408.
From Downey, California, the Warren Warbots.
That's a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 15, rank 1 versus rank 2. This has implications for our playoff bracket. Red Alliance getting 2 on L4. Blue Alliance 2 on L4. Red Alliance just missing, but getting another on L3, but Blue getting it on L4. Blue with a slight lead coming out of auto as we start the teleoperated match. Red Alliance going to put some algae into the barge, but the Blue Alliance trying to focus on that L4 and perhaps the match itself. Looks like Red Alliance, each team having a particular job trying to focus on their strategy. Warbot's getting a algae into the barge, going for another one. 4201 gets a coral, but it looks like it's not exactly set inside the robot. 599 climbing on the barge, coming down hard. Well, 1160 going for one more L4 as 359 gets another algae onto the barge. 4201 trying to get an algae but accidentally drops it. 6220 getting one on L1. Good work getting their robot back up and running. 4201 Vitruvian, our host, trying to put up an algae but just going in the wrong direction. Warbots almost filling out that L4 on the Blue Alliance side, but Red Alliance not to be outdone. One entire face of the wreath is complete as 359 puts one more piece up on L4. The score going back and forth, 98 to 91. Red Alliance right now in real-time scoring, but Blue Alliance not going to let that deter them as Warbot's going for another on L3. Vitruvian trying to finish off up on L4, but 1160 also getting another piece. They're going neck and neck for every single coral they can. Looks like Red is going for now L2s, perhaps trying to go rank up on those RPs rather than just the match itself. Blue Alliance, a little bit of a traffic jam trying to pick up coral, but Warbots just taking their lines and getting them straight on each one. Lion Kids getting another one at 599, trying to see if they can get that up on L4 as they drop it over and just miss it. Warbots getting another piece. Looks like they finished up on L3, and there's no more algae for them to try and get, or they maybe probably get one more. 599 trying to put one more piece up onto, we'll see where they put it, but 359 putting one more on L2 as teams try to look if they're going to climb with 10 seconds remaining. 359 known to come in late for it, but we'll see if they get it at the last moment. Just missing the cage. Oh, and it looks like it may go down to climbs.
final score is coming up on the screen right now. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory by just 10 points. 6 ranking points going over to the Red Alliance, but you will notice that there was a yellow card awarded to Team 599. That is going to be for a violation of Rule 417.
Let's start off with team introductions for this round, starting off with 1148.
Harvard Westlake Robotics.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have 6658.
The Rockbotics.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have 8060.
BOGO.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have 11024.
Hypernova Robotics.
Following them, we have 2659.
The Robo Warriors.
And finally, we have 7042.
Poly Rabotics.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Starting off our autonomous period, red side of the field, we got 3 robots moving. Over on the blue side, we got 2 taxi autons, 11024, looking like they're making a slow creep across the field. 1148, aiming for an L4 Coral, but not being able to score. We'll end our autonomous match with a score of 9-6. 7042 lining up with that L4 Coral, looking to drop it off. 2659 doing the same. 11024 driving through those blue cages, leaving them swinging, looking to do some defense on the Red Alliance. Oh, terrible noise coming from that 1148 robot. Hopefully they're able to resolve whatever's causing that, but they are able to score nonetheless, dropping off one more L4 Coral and grabbing an algae off of the reef, spinning around, looking to drop off their second algae in the barge. 7042, not to be outdone, also dropping off their second algae in the barge for the Blue Alliance. Fortunately, it looks like 6658 might be having some drive trouble. They have moving back and forth, sitting at that processor. 7042, an efficient algae scoring robot, dropping one more up for that blue net. 2659, their Alliance's main coral scoring robot, just barely missing a L4 Coral. Looks like the Blue Alliance has got a good strategy going. 7042 dropping algae up in the barge, and 2659 dropping off coral. So far, they've been able to get 4 L4 Coral on that blue reef. Over on the red side of the field, 1148 almost gets stuck on the reef there, but they're able to drop off their third L4 Coral. Under the close watch of 11024's defense, 1148 still making an effort to be the main scoring robot on their alliance. 6658 moving over to their barge zone, same with 8060. Not sure if they're planning to take a park or to perhaps play some defense. 1148 pulling out all the way, looks like they're going to be lining up. Sonar ping means 20 seconds left in the match. 2659 dropping off more L4 Coral, and looks like they're going to keep scoring to the bitter end. 7042 lining up for a climb with 8 seconds remaining in the match. It looks like they're going to be able to get off of the ground. 2659 doing the same, and 11024. We have all 6 robots in this barge zone. Your scores for qualification match number 16 in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 16, and it is the Blue Alliance taking that victory, picking up 4 ranking points and a score of 94 to 71. Your Blue Alliance teams will be moving up in the rankings.
All right, this will be the last qualification match that we will be doing before lunch. As a reminder, we have the Discovery Row open, which can be found in the school building, as well as there will be workshops taking place from 12:30, starting at 12:30. And make sure if you are a mentor or a volunteer this year for FIRST to please get your live scan done. We have a live scan that's open between 11 and 2:30 today. Now we can get started with team introductions, starting off with 5805.
That's assembly required.
Next up on the Alliance, we have 22.
From Chatsworth High School in Chatsworth, California, it is Double Deuce.
And finally on the Red Alliance, we have 702.
The Bagel Bites.
Next up, we have our Blue Alliance. Starting off with 597.
The Wolverines.
Alongside them, we have Team 4419.
Team Rewind.
And finally, we have 4079.
Quantum Leap.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Starting off our autonomous period, Blue Alliance going right to scoring. 2 robots up to L4, 597 and 4419. We come out of that with 1 out of 2 corals scored. Over on the red side of the field, we have another robot attempting to hit an L4 coral, but just barely missing. Your scores out of autonomous are 13 to 3. Starting off the teleop period of the match, 4079 racing over to their side of the reef. They got a coral in their robot. Let's see if they can score. Matching up with them is 4419, dropping another L4 coral. Team 22, solid RSL. Let's hope they can get that resolved before the end of the match. 4419 back again for another L4 coral. They are scoring efficiently. Unfortunately, it looks like their alliance partner, 4079, has a coral stuck in their robot. They'll go back to doing what they are great at, which is removing that algae from the reef. Team 702, the main scoring robot on the Red Alliance, looking to move up to that red reef once again. They're lining up, and they just barely missed that L4. 5805 blinking RSL, and they just ejected algae out of their robot. Over on the blue side of the field, 597 has been able to recover their robot after a brief absence, and now they are filling out that top side of the blue reef. Only 3 branches remain on level 4. 4419 wants to make it 2, but just barely missing. grabbing some algae out in the process. 597 has already rotated over to doing level 3 coral scoring. .702, ever persistent. But it looks like right now they're the only scoring member on their alliance. 4079 going over to play some defense on 702. Who now also has a coral stuck in their robot. Hopefully both of these teams can resolve their coral issues. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance, they've completed that L4 and 4079 going over to the other side of the field right before that sonar ping. Unfortunately, it looks like they may have picked up a foul for that, but they are going for that deep climb. 4079 also looking to make a park. 5805 sitting in their park zone. 597 looking to park as well. 702 manages to land an L4 coral. Looks like they're going to keep scoring to the end of the match. Your scores for qualification 17 in just a moment. For qualification match 17, it will be your Blue Alliance taking the victory with a score of 107 to 24.
Thank you, teams, for the exciting matches this morning. It is now lunchtime, but before I send you off, don't forget about the workshops that begin at 12:30 in the school building, the live scan fingerprinting from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., and make sure to be back here by 1:30 to continue the qualification matches. Thank you.
I guess we'll be back here a little before 1:30.
Yeah, maybe around like 1:20.
Okay.
Get everything set up.
Oh.
One of the mics might be on.
Test. Attention teams. If you or somebody you know drives a black Subaru with a Nevada license plate with number 7969E2, you're currently taking up 2 parking spots in our lot. If you can go move your car, we need extra spots. Again, if you drive a black Subaru with license plate 7969E2, please move your car fully into the 1 parking spot so we can get another spot back. Attention teams, if you or someone you know drives a white Audi with license plate 9KHX735, you are currently parked in our drop-off lane and we need you to move your car. Again, if you drive a white Audi with license plate 9KHX735, you are currently parked in our drop-off lane and we need you to move your car.
Welcome back from the lunch break, folks. Just a quick announcement. We are missing an iPhone 16. It got lost somewhere around here. It has a clear, glittery case with a pink pop socket on the back. If you find it, can you please bring it to Team 2659, the Robo Warriors? Thank you. For more missing item announcements, we also have those red AirPods that were lost at the very, very beginning of the day. Nobody has come to claim those yet, so remember, if you lost your red AirPods, please come pick them up. They're here at the AV desk. Welcome back from our lunch break, everybody. Who's ready to get started with some more robot action? Let's meet the teams for qualification match number 18. Starting off on the Red Alliance, it's 5089. That's the Robo Nerds. Over in the middle drive station, it's 294.
Beach Cities Robotics.
They are Beach Cities Robotics. And rounding out our Red Alliance, it's 1138.
Eagle Engineering.
Over on the blue side of the field, let's hear it for Team
The
696.
Circuit Breakers.
In the middle, 4322.
Clockwork.
And rounding out this qualification match, it's 3759.
The Smart Bots.
All right, we have a thumbs up on the field. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's start off this autonomous period. We have 5 robots moving right off the gate. 3 blue robots lined up. We already have 1 L4 coil set up from 696. Not to be outdone, 294 places a second L4 coil, and they're going for a third. Just barely not having enough time. Your score out of autonomous is 23-21. A very close match so far. 696 dropping off one more L4 coral. 5089, that's the Robo Nerds flying across to the blue side of the field to play a little bit of defense. 4322 Clockwork with those bright blue bumpers looking to drop off an algae in the barge, but they just barely drop it down. 294 paralleling them to drop off their second algae in the red barge. Cycling efficiently are the 1138 and 294 machines, nearly filling out that red L4. 4322 going back to grab that algae that they had not gotten previously, and they managed to get it in. Over at the blue reef, 696 dropping off one more L4 coral. That is their 7th so far. Smartbots looking to help them out here. Maybe do a little bit of de-algifying with that wheel on a stick. 4322 doing the same. Going all the way up to maximum extension, and they're going to drop off an algae in that blue barge. And they are successful. Over on the red side of the field, 294, a monster is cycling, already filled out that L4 coral. Now they're placing on their third L3. 696 cleverly evading 5089 as they work their way over to that blue reef. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, 294 continuing to chip away at that barge, although unfortunately they do drop that latest algae. 5089 playing some hard defense on 3759, nearly getting them stuck up on an algae, but the smart bots managed to get free. Bit of a traffic jam on the blue side of the field. 3759 and 696 trying to store in the exact same place. 3759 managed to drop a coral down into the L1 trough. 4322 switched off of algae back onto coral along with their teammates now. It's going to be a close match. 1138 climbing as we reach the last 5 seconds of the match. 4322 going to line up as well for a park. 294, we have 2 red robots elevated. Your scores for match number 18 will be coming in soon. Your scores for qualification match number 18, that is a Red Alliance victory with a score of 143 to 101. The Red Alliance will also be walking away from that match with 5 ranking points.
Attention all folks in the building. We have in the parking lot another car update for you all. There's a black Subaru with license plate 7969E2 that is taking up a few more parking spots than they should. If that's your car, could you please move it? We do need extra spots over in the parking lot. Thank you. All right, let's meet the teams for our next qualification match. On the Red Alliance, it's 5669.
The Tech Men.
Joining them in the middle, give it up for 691.
Project 691 Robotics.
Rounding out this alliance, it's 3408.
The Cyber Cubs.
Over on the blue side of the field, let's hear it for Team 8521.
Their Cyber Twin, it's the Cyber Lions.
Joining them in the middle, it's 4999.
Still rolling, it's Momentum.
For those of you who don't speak Dolphin, it's 5199.
The Robot Dolphins from outer space.
That's a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's get this qualification match started with our autonomous period. 6 robots moving all at once, 5199, quickly going up and scoring that L4 Coral, although unfortunately just barely missing that ground intake. Although they are able to pick up one more and place a second Coral up on L4. Your scores out of autonomous, 26-3. Blue Alliance is up. Let's see if they can maintain that lead. 3408 racing over to their Coral station. Their partners, 5669, the Techman putting up another L4 Coral. 8521 cycling over to their reef while their teammates, 5199, grab an algae to pop it up and into the reef with some slight interference with the blue cages. 5199 returning to grab one more algae as they continue to cycle for that net. Over on the red side of the field, whoa, looks like the Techman may be having a little bit of a technical difficulty, but they are looking to score that Coral. They have a Coral in their robot, but they are heading over to the blue side of the field to play some defense. Whoa. 51.99 looking to score on all levels of the reef. They filled out L4, L3, L2, and one L1 there, showing off their abilities as a coral scoring robot. Over on the red side of the field, 3408 doing good work scoring an L3 on their reef. $49.99 lining up to try and grab a coral from their coral station. While their alliance partners, $51.99, attempt to go for a fifth L4 coral on that reef. $49.99, coral in hand, are able to flip it into that L1 trough with a very fancy move. $51.99, they dropped it, but they're returning one more time, just barely missing. Let's see if they can grab that algae off the reef. Fortunately, it looks like 85.21. Maybe having some drive issues, but they are moving into the park zone just to hang out. Over on the red side of the field, 3408 taking on the role of the main scoring robot. 691 and 5669 look like they're taking the advantage of an early park. As the sonar ping rings out, we have 20 seconds remaining in the match. 51.99 goes for a quick climb, and all 6 robots in this match are already in their park zones with 7 seconds still on the clock. 3, 2, and 1. Your scores for qualification match 19 in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match 19, and it is a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 119 to 34. Blue Alliance comes away with this match with 4 ranking points.
All right, everybody, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 20. Starting over on the Red Alliance, please welcome Team 3473.
Team Sprocket.
In the middle driver station, it's the winners of the LA Regional, 1197.
The Torbots.
And rounding out this alliance, it's 2637.
Phantom Cats.
Over on the blue side of the field, put your hands together for this super team. It's 3255.
The Super Nerds.
In the middle drive station, let's hear it for 6072.
Triton Tech.
And our final team in this match, it's Team 4470.
The Tigers.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off qualification match number 20, we have 3 blue robots off the line. Over on the red side of the field, looks like we got a bit of a traffic jam. 2 robots in very close proximity. Your score at the end of autonomous is 6-9. On that blue side of the field, 60-72 going up slow and steady. Looks like they're going for an L4 Coral. Their teammates, 4470, the Tigers, doing what they do best, and that is L2. Over on the red side of the field, 2637 doing some quick cycles, using that vision system to line up. And looks like they're looking to drop a Coral on L4. Their teammates, the Torbots, doing the same. On the blue side of the field, there is a very big overflow of Coral near the 3255 Coral station. Looks like they're getting ready to do a lot of scoring as they pick up 1 Coral on L4 and try and get 1 algae off of the reef. Looks like 3473 has come over to the blue side of the field to do some defense on 6072. 2637, that scoring machine, going up all the way to L4 and successfully dropping off 1 more Coral. That Red Alliance reef is scoring quickly. On the blue side, looks like 6072 is going for another L4 Coral, but just barely missing. 4470 plows through the massive pile of Coral they have over there at that driver station as they try to avoid 3473's defense. Over on the red side of the field, 1197 picking up 1 more Coral, looking to go up to L4 once again, but they're in between 2 branches, and it drops down to the trough. 3255 going up for 1 more L4 Coral on the blue side. That robot spinning around to grab 1 more off the ground with that ground intake. 4470 has pivoted strategies and now dropping some Coral in the L1 trough. Over on the red side, 2637, steady as ever. They're filling out the L3 version of that reef as they have now filled out nearly all of the L4 branches on their side of the field. 8 seconds remaining. Teams line up for their parks. 3255 getting extremely quick park near the end of the match. Your scores for qualification match number 20 in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 20, and that is a Red Alliance victory with a score of 95 to 87. Your Red Alliance will walk away with 3 ranking points and will move up in their rankings.
All right, let's get started with team introductions. Starting off with team 4123.
It's Tribe Robotics.
Next up, we have team 2710.
That's Jetstream.
And Orange, you glad they're here. It's team 3476.
Code Orange.
Now on to our Blue Alliance, starting off with 687.
It's one of our host teams, the Nerd Herd.
Next up, we have team 968.
That's Rock.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance, we have team 4276.
The Surf City Vikings.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's time for some autonomous action. Just a reminder, these first 15 seconds, these robots are moving completely on their own. There is no human interaction right now, as we see some scoring attempts on both sides of the field. Looks like Red Alliance got one up onto level 4. Blue Alliance, all 3 robots were able to move off of the robot starting line, scoring their alliance an additional set of points. Red Alliance is exiting this autonomous period with a slight point lead, but it's nothing that this strong Blue Alliance can't come back from. It's Team 687 and 4276 at the reef right now, getting ready to score. Nerd Herd with their elevator all the way up to level 4. They're taking their time to place it, and that's another piece of coral from the Nerd Herd. Over on the red side of the field, it's Tribe Robotics, Jetstream, and Code Orange scoring up onto that red side of the reef. We have some level 4 focus from both alliances in this match. These teams know that that level 4 coral is the highest point value that they can get right now. We're starting to see a little bit of de-algification of this reef, courtesy of 3476 Code Orange. With a very nicely placed piece of algae into the barge, they're going to grab another 4 points for their alliance. 5 Scoring has a 20-point lead for the Red Alliance. Coming out of that autonomous period as well, they had a little bit of a lead, and they've continued to hold on to that during the match. But the Blue Alliance has something to say about that. That's another piece of level 4 coral coming up from the Nerd Herd. Their partners 4276 working on some drive issues right now. They're going to hope to get back on the field before this match ends. Rock 968 collecting another piece of coral from their human player station. It looks like it didn't quite get into their funnel. They're going to move away, get rid of that piece of coral, and keep trying. Over on the red side of the field, it's Jetstream, who's already working on that deep cage. They know what they need to do. They know that they've got the point lead, and they're going to go straight for that climb. They've already got it. Jetstream's going to be hanging pretty for the rest of this match. 3476 gets into a little bit of a collision with that blue cage over there, while their alliance partners 4123 expertly get a piece of coral off of their robot. On the blue side of the field, it's Nerd Herd's turn to approach the cage. We've had some early climbs in this match. These teams know exactly what their strategy is, and they've been practicing it all season long. 3476 coming up to the barge for another piece of algae. That's a 4th from Code Orange. Very excellent work as this robot continues to improve over the course of the tournament. Number 5 from Code Orange, but it goes just over. As that barge starts to fill up, you'll notice that it gets a lot harder for these teams to score in there. 3476 now lining up with the climb, while their alliance partners 4123 continue to score on the reef. They're going to change their minds and try to get in there at the last second. Doesn't look like they quite made it, but we will have official scores up in a moment. We have official scores coming up from that match. It's 91-44 for the Red Alliance. They're going to walk away with 4 ranking points. Blue Alliance is going to take home one of their own.
All right, let's get to meet the teams this round, starting off with Team 9408.
They're the winners of our Los Angeles Regional. It's the Warren Warbots.
Next up on their alliance is Team 7042.
Hop, skip, and a jump. It's Poly Rabotics.
And rounding off our red alliance is Team 22.
That's Double Deuce.
Now on to our blue alliance. Starting off our blue alliance, we have 294.
They are Beach Cities Robotics.
Next up, we have Team 696.
They're the Circuit Breakers.
And finally, rounding off the blue alliance, we have 691.
That's Project 691 Robotics.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's start some autonomous action here in qualification match number 22. We also have team number 22 competing in this match, so let's see if they get blessed by that little bit of number RNG over there. Red Alliance has all 3 robots moving off of the starting line. We have 2 up on level 4 already, courtesy of those warbots over on the blue side of the field. It's 3 pieces of coral up into level 4. It's a slight lead for the Red Alliance coming out of auto, but blue is quickly catching up with those pieces that they were all ready to score. 7042 Poly Robotics going up to the barge. They've got one in there. Over on the other side of the field, it's 294 and 696 launching up algae pieces of their own. Every single point that's scored by this Red Alliance blue is matching point for point. It's going to be some fierce competition between these 2 alliances here. Poly Robotics getting hung up on the barge. Let's see if they can get out. They're struggling a little bit, and they've got it. Looks like they're free. Warren Warbots coming up to score another piece of algae over on the blue side of the field. It's no longer an algae game. It's a coral game. Level 4 is already over halfway full on the red side of the field. We are seeing the same strategy come out of this Red Alliance. It's time for some level 3 and 4 coral. You hear all those elevators clicking as this blue alliance goes up to level 4 to score some algae. 696 removing another piece of algae, 294 doing the exact same. It's synchronized algae scoring from the blue alliance, and they've got both of them in. Some excellent cooperation from this blue alliance. Over on the red side of the field, team 22 scoring a piece of coral into level 1. Some very impressive work from this young team over here. While 691, that's Project 691 Robotics, play some excellent defense against those warbots. Warbots able to sneak right past them, though, on that one and grab a piece, score it in level 2 in return. We have 4 robots over on this red side of the field trying to slow down these powerhouse teams, get in their way, and it seems to be working so far. The Blue Alliance is pulling ahead. Live scoring gives them a 15-point lead, but this is still anyone's game. We have 42 seconds left on the clock as 696 Circuit Breakers score on level 2. 294 Beach Cities Robotics swings around to the back of the reef to score on level 3. 696 with another shot on level 2, but it barely misses. Those points might matter in the end as Warren Warbots scores a piece on level 2 of their own. 7042 Poly Robotics looks like they're going to get one more piece of algae before this match ends. Team 22 Double Deuce making their way very carefully around the reef, trying to make sure that they don't get into their alliance partner's way, trying to maximize the amount of scoring that these 2 teams can do. Blue Alliance is starting to pull ahead as we see 691 and 294 already climbing onto those deep cages. We'll see if they're able to finish those climbs before the match ends. We have just 2 seconds left. Let's see if anyone can get up off the ground. Turn your attention up to the big screen. We have final scores. It's a Blue Alliance victory, 137 to 107. Our Blue Alliance is going to take home 4 ranking points. That's going to secure Team 294 Beach Cities Robotics in that second seed. 9408 is going to stay in 4th, courtesy of those 2 ranking points that they did pick up.
All right, let's get started with the next qualifications. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we have Team 3759.
It's the Smartbots from Inglewood, California.
Next up, we have Team 1138.
That's Eagle Engineering, our Engineering Inspiration Award winners.
And last up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 3255.
It's the Super Nerds, your winners of the San Diego Regional.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have Team 6658.
Coming from Los Angeles, California, it's Rockbotics.
Next up, we have Team 11024.
They're our rookie team, Hypernova Robotics.
And last but not least, we have Team 6072.
That's Triton Tech.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
We have all 6 robots moving off the starting line to start off this qualification match. 11:38 is going to score. That's going to give the ranking point over to that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance hoping to score a piece of their own to get that ranking point. We might be out of time, though, as the buzzer to end autonomous rings. It's time for some teleoperated action over here. We have 6072 Triton Tech lining up very carefully with that level 4 reef, and they've got it. Some excellent driving over there. 3759, the Smart Bots, trying to score a piece on level 2 and to remove an algae at the exact same time, making the most of their time over there on the red side of the field. 1138 goes up to level 4, barely misses it. 3255 scoring up into the barge. That excellent algae mechanism doing work here in this qualification match. It's 6072's turn on the blue side of the field to continue to work on level 4. They're taking their time, but you know that means they're gonna score it. That's 2 in a row from Triton Tech. 6658, the Robotics, they're gonna try to score on the blue side of the field, help out their teammates here. Looks like they're lining up with level 2. Let's see if they can score one. But in the meantime, it's Super Nerds going up to the barge, excuse me. They've got one up in there. They've got another one coming right after it. The Super Nerds just love this algae. Here they go with a third one in a row. And that's good. Super Nerds showing off that they are the algae masters here at SoCal Showdown. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, there's only 2 scoring robots. That's because Hypernova Robotics has moved over to the opposite side of the field to play some defense. They're going to try to slow down these scoring powerhouses. Looks like they're going to be very careful around these protected zones, make sure that they don't get any more penalties over there. On the blue side of the field, 6072 Triton Tech gets a piece of coral from their human player. They return to the reef, moving that elevator all the way up, aiming their end effector. They're barely going to miss that one, but it looks like it fell down to score onto level 1, so that might not have been too bad in the end. Over on the red side of the field, 1138 and 3255 are doing their best to work around this 11024 defense. We just have about 20 seconds left in the match. You're going to hear that sonar ping any minute now. There it goes. That means it's time to climb for our teams. Robotics has already gotten the message. They're over in the barge zone, getting ready to climb, and they're off the ground. Let's see if anybody on the Red Alliance can join them up there. It's 3255, those Super Nerds taking a super jump up into the air. 1138 trying to line up. They might be out of time, though, and it looks like they're just out of time to make that climb. And that's our official score up on the screen if you hadn't seen it already. 102 for the Red Alliance, 51 for Blue.
All right, let's get to know the teams for this match. Starting off with Team 5805.
They're the winners of your your Ventura County Regional. It's assembly required.
Next up on our Red Alliance, we have Team 2659.
They are the Robo Warriors.
And rounding off the alliance, we have Team 8060.
That is VHS Robotics.
Now on to our Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have Team 3473.
It's Team Sprocket.
Next up, we have Team 599.
The Robo Dogs. Who rocks?
And finally, we have Team 2710.
It's Jetstream.
Teams, pits will be open until 7 p.m. tonight as we are a bit behind schedule. So in order to keep up with our match schedule as it is and to not run over time, we will have the pits open until 7 p.m. today. And that is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, qualification match number 24. Over on the red side of the field, it's all 3 robots leaving that starting line. Over on the blue side of the field, it's another 3 robots leaving the starting line. 599, the Robodocs, they are rocking it up on this field. That's 2 in a row onto level 4. An excellent autonomous routine from those doctors. That Blue Alliance, courtesy of the Robodocs and their entire team's efforts, are going to be having a lead coming out of the autonomous period. Over on the red side of the field, 8060 starting to get moving. 2659 Robo Warriors trying to score on level 4 as 5805 assembly required is working on removing some algae from the reef. They're going to take their time to do it, make sure that that algae actually gets out. Looks like it's spinning in there as the Robo Warriors accidentally knock a piece of algae deeper into the reef. That might cause some problems later, but we'll see what they can do about it. Over on the blue side of the field, it looks like 3 scoring robots. Team Sprocket coming up for level 3, barely going to miss it as the Robodocs remove a piece of algae from the field. They're going to try to pick that one up as it's bouncing and rolling away from them, and they've got it. Here they come up to the barge. 5999 Robodocs going up to the barge. They've got it. That's 4 points for the Blue Alliance. Jetstream looks like they're having a little bit of some interesting things going on with their drive. They're going to try to figure that out before this match gets too much further, but it's still a pretty healthy lead for the Blue Alliance. Over on the red side of the field, though, they have something to say about this. 5805 assembly required, scoring into the processor. That's going to be 6 points if that piece of algae stays inside, and it does. That's going to give the opposing human player the opportunity to play some basketball to try to recover some of those points. Let's see if he gets it, and a very nice shot from that human player. The Robo Warriors looks like they're going to be pushing a piece of algae of their own up into it. 2710 scoring up into the barge. Excellently done. They are back in action as this Blue Alliance continues to score. No defense in this match. It's all scoring. All 6 robots doing their best to continue to just rack up points. 2710 is back in action. They get a piece of algae up in there, but it barely falls back down. 5805 assembly required. Seeing that the blue side of the reef is full, are going to move over to the processor and try to score a piece of algae in there. It's going to be difficult for these human players to continue scoring with such a full barge. We only have 20 seconds left in the match, so let's see what happens here. 2710 off the ground with that excellent deep climb. It looks like 8060 is going to attempt a deep climb of their own. No other teams have moved towards the barge. It's still Coral scoring from all of our teams. 5805 and 2659 trying to get in some last second algae with just 2 seconds left. It looks like they've done it. Final score is up on the screen. Blue Alliance is going to take it with 5 ranking points. The Robodocs are going to continue to rock their way to the top of the standings. They're in 3rd place after that match.
And a final reminder for mentors and As a final reminder to mentors and volunteers that you need to have a live scan done for FRC, as live scans are not transferable between organizations. They are doing a final call for live scans to the right of me over here. So please make sure to do that now. It's a lot easier to do it now rather than later. And it is the final call, so make your way over there. All right, let's get started with team introductions. Starting off with 597.
It's the Wolverines.
Next on the alliance is team 4276.
They're the Surf City Vikings.
And finally, we have team 1197.
Your Los Angeles regional winners, it's the Torbots.
Now moving on to the Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have team 1160.
They're the finalists from the Aerospace Valley Regional. It's Titanium Robotics.
Next on the alliance, we have team 4999.
Momentum.
And finally, we have team 1148.
That's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 25 is underway. We have 5 robots moving off of the starting line. The Red Alliance has already scored 2 pieces onto level 4 with that coral. There's a third one coming up from our Torbots. Over on the blue side of the field, we're trying to get a piece in for that autonomous ranking bonus. Let's see if we can get it, just barely missing it right at the end. As we move into the teleoperated period of the match, that Blue Alliance is going to score right away with those preloaded pieces that they've been hanging on to since Autonomous. Here we go, Blue Alliance already starting to catch up. 1148 going to go up to level 4, barely miss it over on the red side of the field. It's 597 at the back of the reef. 4276 Surf City Vikings removing some algae, clearing up empty spaces in the reef. Just as a reminder, corals scored on reef segments that have algae on them do not count. You must remove those algae to get those coral to count. 1197 knows that rule. They're putting in algae from the reef up into the barge. 4999 Momentum carefully lining up their end effector over at the human player station, making sure that they can get these pieces into their robot. 1160 Titanium Robotics up on level 3. They're going to take their time to align, barely miss it, but it's 1148 that's picking it up. They've got it on level 4. Over on the red side of the field, Torbots are back at the barge. Here they go, up to the barge, and that's good from the Torbots. 597, the Wolverines, going up to level 4. They're going to dump that piece of coral down onto the top, and they've got it. 597 using that ground intake, making sure that they barely have to move their robot at all to get another piece of coral. That's another one onto level 4 from the Wolverines. While Momentum, 4999, has moved over to the red side of the field to cause some chaos. They're going to be trying to wreak havoc on these scoring robots, get in their way, slow them down, and they're going to do their best to do it without getting any penalties. Let's see how successful they are in slowing down this Red Alliance. Blue Alliance has a slight point disadvantage. They're going to need some extra work to get ahead of that, but it's Surf City Vikings' turn to come and play some defense. That Red Alliance deciding that 4 robots on their field is too many. They're going to add another robot to the blue side of the field and try to even things out over here. 1160 is caught up on a piece of algae. Let's see if they can score it around that. They're going to drop one anyways and continue to move away from the reef. 1148 getting hung up on the reef. They're going to do a reef climb. They're stuck on level 4. We'll see if they can get themselves back down. You've seen a few teams do it. Let's hope that 1148 can do it. And they've done it. 1148 is free and they're ready to keep playing. With just 15 seconds left in the match, that might be crucial. 1148 having time to score another onto level 3. They've got it. Meanwhile, our teams are moving over to the barge zone. 1197 Torbots off the ground. 4276 with 5 seconds left are pulling down on the cage. Let's see if they can get it. Blue Alliance just now lining up with cages of their own, and it looks like they weren't quite able to get up off the ground. Scores coming up onto the screen for that qualification match. It's 115-74. Red Alliance is going to take it. There is going to be a yellow card awarded to Team 1148 for a violation of Rule G417. Red Alliance is going to take away 3 ranking points from that match.
Let's get started with team introductions again. Starting off with team 4322.
Clockwork.
Next up, we have team 8521.
That's the Cyber Lions.
And finally, we have team 702.
The Bagel Bites.
Now moving on to our Blue Alliance. Starting us off, we have team 6220.
The Golden Griffins.
Next up, we have team 4123.
Tribe Robotics.
And finally, we have team 968.
Rock. Robotics Alliance of West Covina.
All right, that is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind your lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get this autonomous spirit started for qualification match number 26. Oh, looks like we got a red robot breaking through those red cages over to the blue side of the field. That will be a penalty. 41-23 Tribe Robotics with that effective scoring, putting up 2 L4 Coral, but unfortunately missing the last. Your scores at the end of autonomous are 26-19. Over on the red side of the field, 43-22 quickly recovering from that bit of an autonomous hiccup, picking up 1 coral and looking to go score it on their reef. On the blue side of the field, both 968 and 41-23 looking to line up with their coral station to try and pick up some more scoring points. 41-23 looking to do a bit of a super cycle there, dropping off an L4 coral and dropping off an algae at that blue barge in the very same motion. 702 Bagel Bites on the red side of the field, dropping off the second L4 algae or L4 coral on that reef. 43-22 managing to get an algae, but unfortunately just barely missing the reef. 702 heading back to their human player station, while their teammates 85-21 cycle around to the backside of the reef to attempt to score. 85-21 goes up and drops an L3 coral successfully. 702 coming back around, looking to line up with the very back and dropping a coral to L4, but just barely missing. 43-22 has managed to recover that algae and it successfully scores it in the red net. Not to be outdone, 41-23, that's Tribe Robotics dropping a third algae up in that blue barge. 968 Rock, they know what they're good at. They've set up for a solid early climb and they'll likely hang there for the rest of the match. 50 seconds remain. 62-20 Golden Griffins Robotics using that ground intake to try and pick up one to go and score on L1. They've decided to change tack, however, and are driving all the way over to the red side of the field to attempt defense on 702. Under the watchful eye of 6220, 702 goes up for another L4 coral, unfortunately just missing. 4322, an effective algae scoring robot, puts up the 4th algae of that red net. Looking to pick one up from the ground again. They're going to see if they can make that 5. And they can. 6220 doing their best to prevent these red robots from scoring. But it looks like 702 is ready to line up for another drop. 2 seconds remain in the match. Your scores for match number 26 will be up shortly. Your scores for qualification match number 26. It'll be a Red Alliance victory with a score of 100-88. Your Red Alliance will walk away with 4 ranking points, and all 3 teams will move up in the rankings.
All right, let's get started with the introductions for qualification 27. Starting off with team 4201.
Your host school from the Da Vinci schools, it's the Vitruvian Bots.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have team 687.
One more host team, it's the Nerd Herd.
And finally, we have 5089.
From Los Angeles, California, it's the Robo Nerds.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance, we have team 4419.
Team Rewind.
Next up, we have team 5669.
The Tech Men.
And finally, we have team 4470.
The Tie Gears.
That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get started with qualification match 27 in the autonomous period as these robots perform their pre-programmed paths. 44-19, that's Team Rewind, dropping off an L4 Coral and looking to drop off one more, but they just barely miss. 42-01 on the Red Alliance, managing to get a third L4 Coral. Your score out of autonomous is 30-16. Red has a slight lead, but nothing they can't come back from. 50-89, Robo Nerds racing over to the blue side of the field to play some defense. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, 42-01 looks to pick up an algae from that reef and go to score it in their barge. Their arm flips backwards and they make it. Over on the blue side of the field, 44-19, rotating that arm down to try and score one more L4, but it just barely misses. 56-69, helping out with the scoring. Oh, unfortunately, it looks like something may have gone wrong with their elevator system. Their end effector is looking a little at an angle here, so hopefully they're able to resolve that. 44-70 also attempting to score, but 50-89 playing lockdown defense and keeping that coral zone shut down. 56-69 heading over to the red side of the field perhaps, or maybe they're going to line up for a climb, entering their barge zone, but they've decided to back off slightly. 42-01 showing off that they can put algae wherever they want, attempting to drop one into the processor as well. Over on the red side of the field, looks like 687 is trying to score. And back on the blue side, we see two scoring robots going at that blue reef. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 L4 Coral scored already, and 44-19 looks to increase that even more. 50-89 zipping back and forth with that defense. With 45 seconds remaining in the match, they are playing a hard game, but 44-19 is not to be deterred. They place up a 6th or 7th L4 Coral up on that reef. 44-70 avoiding 50-89's defense, rotating around to the other coral station. Oh my gosh, huge hit from 50-89 on 44-19. They are playing an excellent game of defense, locking out those blue robots. Not to be deterred, 44-19 still scoring as that sonar ping goes off. We see 3 red robots in the barge zone. 687 with an extremely quick climb. 42-01 also off the ground. 3 blue robots. Can 44-19 manage their climb? 5 seconds remain. 56-69. We have 5 robots off the ground this match. What an exhilarating match. You will have your scores up on the screen in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 27. That is a Blue Alliance victory. A very close match here with a score of 112-98. Your Blue Alliance will walk away with 5 ranking points and will move up in the ranks.
All right, let's meet the teams. Starting off with 4079.
From Cypress, California, it's Quantum Leap.
Next up on our alliance, we have 5199.
The Robot Dolphins from outer space.
And finally, we have team 6476.
Code Orange.
Now moving on to our Blue Alliance. Team 2637.
The Phantom Cats.
Now team 359.
All the way from Waialua, Hawaii, it's the Hawaiian Kids.
And finally, team 6408.
The Cyber Cubs.
All right. That is a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind your lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get started with qualification match number 28, the autonomous period. Oh my gosh, lots of robot action on both sides of the field. Already 3 L4 Coral on the blue side of the field. Meanwhile, on the red side, that is 5199 dropping off a second L4 Coral on their own. Your scores at the end of the autonomous period are 52-20. 359 immediately grabbing an algae and racing around to their blue net to drop it off. Bit of a traffic jam on the blue side of the field. 2637 and 3408 both attempting to score around that side of the blue reef. Oh, looks like 359 almost got stuck on a blue algae, but they are scoring it immediately. 3476 over on the red side of the field looking to pick up an algae from the ground. Although, unfortunately, it looks to be slipping out of their mechanism. 4079 looking to de-algify off of that red reef. 5199 seems to be having some sort of mechanical trouble, but they're looking to pick up some coral off the ground. Meanwhile, on the blue side, that blue reef is getting filled out even more and more. 2637, 359, both filling out level 2 coral already. Looks like they're going for that coral RP. That's 5 coral on each level. Meanwhile, 4079 playing insane defense on 3408. Lots of robot on robot contact here. 4079 making sure that they're trying to shut down these scoring robots as much as possible. Undeterred, 359 putting in another L1 coral. Looks like they're quickly approaching that coral RP. 2637 now just going for points, trying to complete that L4 rung. Over on the red side of the field, 3476 going up to drop off their first algae in the net. Looks like that's what they'll be focusing on mainly during the match. Meanwhile, 5199 attempting to pick up off of the ground with that claw mechanism. Now they're going back up. They unfortunately drop it, but they're going to see if they can pick it back up off the ground with that ground intake mechanism. Looking to correct their mistake. They're going up once again to level 3, and they make it this time. Picking up once more off the ground. They're going to race back to that red reef. That sonar ping goes off. That means there's 20 seconds remaining in the match. 3476 up for an algae, but it just bounces out. 2637 already in their barge zone looking for that climb. 3408 looking to join them. 4079 just sitting there for the park. 5199, 3476. We've got 6 robots in these barge zones with 1 second remaining. Your scores for qualification match 28 in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 28. That is a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 217-62. Your Blue Alliance comes away with this match with 6 ranking points, and all 3 of them will be moving up in the rankings.
All right, let's get to know our teams for this match. Starting off with 85-21.
The Cyber Lions.
Next up, we have Team 4276.
Surf City Vikings.
And finishing off our Red Alliance, we have Team 6658.
Rockbotics.
Moving on to our Blue Alliance, we have Team 1197.
From Torrance, California, it's the Torbots.
Next up, we have Team 8060.
VHS Robotics.
And finally, we have 1138.
Eagle Engineering.
That's a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get started with the autonomous period of qualification match number 29. We have 6 robots in motion, 2 blue robots looking to score up on that blue reef. We have 3 L4 for blue. Over on the red side of the field, we have 2 robots that have moved off their starting line and 1 in the trough. Your score at the end of autonomous is 30-9 with the Blue Alliance in a slight lead. Starting out the teleop period of the match, 85-21 Cyber Lions immediately rushing over to their driver station to try and pick up a coral. 42-76 Surf City Vikings looking to grab some algae off of that reef. 66-58 also looking to help out their team as a scoring partner, aiming for that L2, and they hit it. Looks like 8060 VHS Robotics has run over to the red side of the field to play a little bit of defense on those red scoring robots. Meanwhile, 1138 and 1197 continue to fill out that L4 period of the reef. 1197 making their way over to the coral station, 1138 doing the same. These are some efficient scoring robots. Over on the red side, looks like they've got a strategy. 4276 has been clearing all of that algae off of the reef. Now it looks like they'll head over to the blue side of the field to play some defense. Meanwhile, 85-21 putting up a second L3 coral. Over on the red side, looks like 6658 has picked up another coral from their coral station, is looking to score one more L2 coral. 85-21 lined up at their reef, and they are also going to drop to L2, but it's going to fall down to L1, still earning them some good points. 8060 drifting across to try and defend against 6658, but 6658 is able to rotate around them. Very speedy robot. Meanwhile, on their home blue side of the field, 1138 knocking an algae off that reef to allow both them and 1197 to do some effective scoring. Navigating around that effective defense of 42-76. They have finally filled out the entire L4 section of that reef. Looks like they're going for points this match, focusing on the highest possible ranks they can get. Sonar ping goes off, and that means that we are now in the end game. 42-76 returning to their side, but they go through the wrong side of the reefs. Remember, teams, you cannot touch your opposing reefs, especially during the end game. We have 3 blue robots in their barge zone. 2 red robots look like they're lining up. There's plenty of algae in the way of the 42-76 hang. 66-58, both robots attempting a hang, but it looks like we have no hanging robots this match. Your scores for qualification match number 29 in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 29. It is a Blue Alliance victory. With a score of 103-56, your Blue Alliance will walk away with 5 ranking points and will all move up in their rankings.
Let's get to know the teams for this match. Starting off with team 687.
It's the Nerd Herd.
Next up, we have team 6072.
That's Triton Tech.
And finally, we have team 22.
Back from their hibernation, it's Double Deuce.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have team 7042.
That's Poly Robotics.
Next up, we have team 5805.
Assembly required.
And finally, we have team 599.
Who rocks? The Robodogs.
That's a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. Autonomous action and qualification match number 30. I see 5 robots off of the starting line right now. It's the Robodogs over on the blue side of the field with their second piece of the Auton, but don't worry, they're coming back for a third one over on the red side of the field. It's just some movement. It's teleoperated action now. Blue Alliance doing that algae removal strategy. Here they go, 7042 and 599. The Robodogs scoring at the same time, getting 4 points each for those algae up into the net. Over on the red side of the field, it's the Nerd Herd with a piece of coral in their intake. They're going to score it on level 1, while 6072 Triton Tech goes up to level 4, and they've got it. Triton Tech all tournament long has been taking their time with this level 4 scoring, but it's paying off. They are making sure that those go in. Over on the blue side of the field, though, it's action all over the reef on all sides. We see a lot of algae being scored up from this Blue Alliance. Some more synchronized algae scoring. 5805 trying to start up level 1. This Blue Alliance looks like they're going for that coral ranking point. Let's see if they can get it by the time this match ends. 599 Robodogs going up against the net. Here they go. That's in, and it bounces back. Barely makes it. 7042 Poly Robotics scoring onto level 4, getting those high bonus points from going up to level 4. Over on the red side of the field, we only have 2 scoring robots left because 22 Double Deuce has come over to the blue side of the field to play some defense. 687 looking like they're having a little bit of trouble with their intake today, but that's no problem because 6072, the Triton Tech, is approaching the reef as well. Looks like something might be going on with this Red Alliance scoring robots. They're not quite working at full capacity right now, so we'll turn our attention over to the blue side of the field where 7042, 5805, and 599 are all approaching the reef at the same time. 599 is going to put another piece onto level 1 and swap it out with the piece that was already there. 5805 coming up to level 3 with a very nice score. 599 doing a good job moving all of those pesky little pieces of coral out of the way. 5805 again scoring on level 3, showing what they can do over at the reef. Over on the red side of the field, our 2 scoring robots have decided that it's time to climb. They just want to make sure that they get these parking points. 22 is going to join them as 599 and 5805 continue to try to score coral. 5805 actually going to return to the processor for one last-minute algae score, and there it goes, down the hatch. Here they come with another one, all the way back. Some great driving by 5805 to score one more piece of algae. It looks like they might have gotten it. 599 also doing the same with a last-minute buzzer-beater piece of coral. on the big screen. Official scores will be up. Here we go. Blue Alliance takes it handily. 113 points and 5 ranking points will be awarded. Those Robodocs are going to move up into second place, and 7042 Poly Robotics are going to join them in our top 8 teams.
All right, let's meet the team. Starting off with 597.
It's the Wolverines.
Next up, Team 691.
Project 691 Robotics.
And finally, Team 2710.
Zooming overhead, it's Jetstream.
Next up is our Blue Alliance. Starting off with Team 5089.
They were Impact finalists at the World Championships this year. It's the Robo Nerds.
Next up is Team 6220.
The Golden Griffins.
And finally, we have Team 3255.
With their brand new off-season robot, it's the Super Nerds.
That is a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. And okay, drivers behind your lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
All these robots are going to be moving on pre-programmed routines right now. It's the autonomous period here in qualification match number 31. We have 5 robots moving to start off this match. Blue Alliance getting all 3 robots off of that starting zone. Over on the red side, it is 597 and 691 that were able to make it out of that starting zone. 5089, the Robo Nerds, they know what their game plan is, immediately moving over to the red side of the field to start playing some defense against these 3 red robots. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, 3255, going up to the barge. They're going to score one as we see 691 Robotics coming over to play some defense of their own. It's 3 robots on each side of the field, 1 defender and 2 scorers. We'll see if these defenders are able to slow down the scoring powerhouse team that is 3255. And on the red side of the field, the Wolverines and Jetstream. Jetstream doing a good job of de-algification. They're going to be removing these pieces of algae from the reef. 597 throwing a piece of coral all the way to the other side of the reef, and it looks like it might actually have scored. We'll have to check in with the referees later. 597 now going up to level 4 on the reef. They're going to dunk one down with that signature move. Meanwhile, 2710 Jetstream going up to the bars. They've got another piece of algae in there, as on the blue side of the field, 3255 using that ground intake to avoid the defense from 691 Robotics. 6220, the Golden Griffin's going to be working on level 1, while 3255 goes up to the higher point value nodes. On the red side of the field, it's level 4 Coral Action from our 2 scoring robots. 2710 and 597 doing a great job of moving around this reef, trying to find these open pegs. 597 dunks one down very smoothly. 2710's turn in just a moment, and they barely miss it. It's going to drop back down onto the floor as Jetstream is going to try for another piece here. We have about 45 seconds left, and it's still a very tight match. 33 points for the Blue Alliance, 43 for Red. It's realistically anyone's game, of course. 32-55, the Super Nerds going up to the net. They have been the masters of this barge all tournament long. They're going to very carefully move over to the red side of the field, grab another piece of algae, come back onto their own side of the field, and flick it up into their cage. They're going to give up on that piece of algae as it moves over to the red side of the field and bonks against 597, the Wolverines. You hear that sonar buzzer. That means it's time to climb. Jetstream got the message. They're already in their endgame zone, trying to get these extra barge points, both for the ranking point and for the win. We'll see if they can get up off the ground. It looks like they've done it. Jetstream is up off the ground. 5089 Robo Nerd, 6220 Golden Griffins, and 3255 all inside the blue zone. Turn your attention up to the big screen. We've got official scores coming up. The winner is the Red Alliance. Jetstream is going to claim their 3 ranking points and move up into our top 10 teams. 597 and 691 are going to be moving up in the standings as well.
Let's meet our teams for this qualification. Starting off with Team 3759.
They are the Smart Bots.
Next up, we have Team 968.
That's the Robotics Alliance of West Covina.
And finally, we have Team 4079.
Quantum Leap.
Now moving on to the Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have Team 294.
That's Beach Cities Robotics.
Following them is 4999.
It's Momentum.
And last but not least, it's 5669.
The Tech Men.
That is a thumbs up. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous action here in qualification match number 32. 294 Beach Cities Robotics moving over back to the blue side of the reef. They're up on level 4. That's a point. 499 doing an interesting little bottle flip with their coral. I don't know if that scores any points, but at least they got some style points for that one. And it's time for some teleoperated movement from these robots. 968 Rock working on getting these little lollipops knocked down so that they can score those algae points. 4079 Quantum Leap seeing if they can leap off of this starting line, while 294 Beach Cities Robotics scores up into the barge. They're going to tip backwards a little bit, but it's no problem. They have mastered this robot. They've been using it all year long. Up on level 4, they're scoring 1, removing a piece of algae in one smooth movement and scoring it again. Very nicely done for Beach Cities Robotics. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, the Tech Men, are moving around to the front right face of the reef. They're going to go up to level 4, and here they go. Tech Men scoring on level 4. 4999 Momentum doing the same. They're going to come back to the reef. Let's see where they place it. Trying to get into level 1. Those ones are a lot trickier than they look. 4079 with a big collision into the cage. Luckily it was their own cage, so there's no penalty points for that one. Over on the red side of the field, it's the SmartBot scoring on level 3, and they've got it. 4079 looks like they might have accidentally unplugged their Ethernet cable. I don't know if they'll be able to recover from that one. Let's hope for the best. 968 Rock at the human player station now for the Red Alliance. We only have 2 moving red robots now, so these Rock and SmartBots are going to have to do a lot of work to catch up over here, but they are doing it masterfully. That's a lot of level 3 scoring from this Red Alliance. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, it's level 4 focus. That's going to give a slight point lead over to the Blue Alliance because these level 4 nodes are worth quite a few more points than level 3. 4999 scoring again onto level 1. It looks like they've got 3 out of the 5 they need for that ranking point. 294, though, going to continue with level 4, make sure that they show off those high coral capabilities before we get into our line selection. We know that all these scouters are watching. We want to show everybody our best performances. 294 trying to go up to level 4, but they were caught on a piece of algae on the backside of the reef. Looks like they weren't quite able to line up in time. 5669, the Tech Men now looking to climb a little bit early here, but they want to make sure that they have plenty of time to do it. Rock got the same idea, and they're already up into the air. Tech Men lifting up off the ground. It looks like they might have done it, but they fall back down at the last second. Let's see if they get another attempt in, while 294, their alliance partners, are getting up off of the ground. It looks like they're clear. Never mind, I still see part of their bumper on the ground. Let's see if they can fix it in the last 2 seconds of the match here. Up on the big screen now, we have official scores coming in from that last qualification match. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory. 4 ranking points will be awarded. 294 Beach Cities Robotics is going to move up into, actually they're going to maintain their 3rd place position. 49.99 is going to move up into our top 10. 56.69 is just outside that top 10 mark.
Let's get to know our Red Alliance for this round. Starting off with Team 3476.
From Irvine, California, it's Code Orange.
Next up, we have Team 4470.
Continuing with our orange theme, it's the Tigers.
And finally, we have 2659.
From Mission Hills, California, it's the Robo Warriors.
Moving on to our Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have Team 3408.
From Los Angeles, California, they are the Cyber Cubs.
Next up, we have Team 702.
If you're hungry for a snack, look no further, it's the Bagel Bites.
And finally, we have 1160.
That's Titanium Robotics.
There's that thumbs up. Driver, never mind. All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
You hear that buzzer, you know what it means. It's time to start our qualification match. We see all 6 robots moving off. Blue Alliance has scored 2 pieces of coral over on the red side of the field. It looks like we're still looking for our first score to get that autonomous ranking point bonus. Going to move into our tele-operated period of the match just as the Red Alliance drops one, but it's going to land on the other side of the reef inside of that level 1 trough. They're going to get points for that as Code Orange moving very quickly over there, scoring one on level 4 right away. Robo Warriors also scoring up on level 4. We have 2 teams on red lining up. Code Orange barely drops it, but the Robo Warriors get theirs onto level 4. 3408, the Cyber Cubs moving up to that barge. They're going to throw it a little bit behind their heads, see if they can try it again here. 702, the Bagel Bites over at the human player station with that big funnel. That allows the human player to throw it very quickly, and the robot will pick up that piece of coral. They're moving back up to the reef. Level 4, here we go, Bagel Bites up to level 4. They're taking their time to make sure they score it, and it barely falls down inside of their robot. They're going to do a little bit of a spin maneuver to get that one out, and they're ready to go, keep scoring. Over on the red side of the field, Tigers moving over to the human player station. They're going to drop a piece on the ground, but no worries. Here they go, lining up again with their human player, making that human player work extra hard to make sure that they get it right in the middle, and there they go. Tigers now back at the reef, scoring onto level 2, and they've got it. Tigers with another onto level 2 as Code Orange goes up to level 4. They're going to drop one onto that piece of algae, but it's okay because the Robo Warriors have got it covered. Over on the blue side of the field, we're scoring up on level 4, and folks, this game is close. Live scoring has only a 4-point difference right now. We're going to need to see a lot of action from these teams in order to decide our winner here. Code Orange moving up to the barge. There they go. It's going to go just over onto the blue side of the field, causing a little bit more chaos, but no points are going to be scored for that piece of algae. Code Orange, though, has already picked up another one, placing it onto the level 4 reef. There's algae all over this field as the Blue Alliance continues to just score on the reef. They don't need algae points when they are so good at placing these coral. 702 Bagel Bites going up to level 4. They're going to take their time to line up as that 20-second buzzer rings, barely missing it. 1160 Titanium Robotics is lining up with their first deep cage for the Blue Alliance. 3408 the Cyber Cubs doing the same. It's only a 7-point difference as of right now. 702 Bagel Bites going to make that even closer as they score on level 4 one more time. We have a lot of teams here inside the barge zone with just 1 second left. Here we go, official scores. The Red Alliance takes it by just 8 points. 3 ranking points for the win will be awarded to that Red Alliance. That's going to allow the Tigers to stay inside our top 8 as we get closer and closer to our Alliance selection portion of the tournament. Those rankings are going to be very, very important. Tigers very happy with the outcome of that match.
All right, let's meet our teams for this round. Starting off with Team 696.
They're here to break some circuits. It's the Circuit Breakers.
Next up, we have Team 2637.
One of our fantastic host teams, it's the Phantom Cats.
And last one on the Red Alliance is Team 9408.
They are the Warren Warbots.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance. First up, we have Team 4419.
Let's go back in time with Team Rewind.
Next up, we have Team 4123.
That's Tribe Robotics.
And finally, we have Team 11024.
It's our rookie team, Hypernova Robotics.
There's that thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
That's all 6 robots moving away from this autonomous starting line, and we see a ton of action here in the autonomous period. Warbots scoring some algae in the auto period. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I can't even count that high. Level 4 pieces of coral scored over on the red side. Blue is going to get a third one. Nice buzzer beater from 4123. This is going to be a high scoring match, folks. So stay tuned. Here we go. 9408 scoring up into the reef again. They're moving over onto the human player station while 696 doing a nice job of cycling in and out with the warbots between the human player stations and these algae pieces for the barge. 2637 Phantom Cats on the backside of the reef, putting up on level 3. 696 removing another piece of coral. They're going up to the barge with another piece of algae. Here they go. Excellently done. And now there's 4 robots over on the blue side of the field. It's 11024 playing defense. They're going to slow down these powerhouse teams from the Red Alliance, while 4123 Tribe Robotics scores onto level 4 on the blue side of the field. 4419 Team Rewind leaving the human player station with a piece of coral of their own. Both Blue Alliance robots approaching the reef. Level 4 from both teams and removing a piece of algae. Some very efficient movement from 4419. Over on the red side of the field, it's scoring the entire match. 9408 working on that level 1. You know that they want those ranking points. 9408 trying to claim their station at the top of the rankings. They need to get 5 pieces of coral on every single level of the reef if they want to get that coral bonus. Here they go, 9408 now switching over to that last piece of algae from their barge, and they've got it. Big collisions from the defense spot over on the red side of the field. 696 going to be fighting against 11024 for possession of these coral pieces. 696 gets around them back to the reef over on the blue side of the field. It's Tribe Robotics back up at level 3. There they go, another piece scored from Tribe. Up on level 4, it's their alliance partners over here on the Blue Alliance. Team Rewind trying to get up to level 4, barely missing it, but it's okay because Tribe is already back. Tribe taking their time to make sure that they score on the correct face of the reef. We've got just 35 seconds left in the match, and the Red Alliance is scoring like crazy. They're surely going to finish these ranking points. It looks like they've got plenty of coral over this reef. Here they go, up to level 4 is the Warren Warbots. It looks like level 4 has been completed as that 20-second buzzer rings. Red Alliance now knows that all they have left to do for these ranking points is climb. We're going to see some last-minute coral being placed by these two teams. 9408 getting one more onto level 3. They're going to zoom back into the barge zone with 5 seconds left, see if they can get off the ground. Nobody's off the ground yet. Warren Warbots do it with just 1 second left. Very impressive from this Red Alliance. Final scores from that match. Red Alliance barely just missing that 200-point mark, but it's not a big deal. They still got all 6 ranking points. That's going to keep 9408 in 5th place. Phantom Cats moving up to 2nd place.
Let's meet our teams for this match, starting off with 1148.
That's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
Next up, we have Team 5199.
The Robot Dolphins from outer space.
And finally, for the Red Alliance, we have Team 3473.
Team Sprocket.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance. Starting us off, we have Team 359.
The Hawaiian Kids.
Next up, we have Team 4322.
It's Clockwork.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance, we have 4201.
The Vitruvian Bots.
All right, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get this match started with the autonomous period. Lots of movement on all sides of the field. On the blue side of the field, 3 robots racing around. Oh my gosh, 4201 nearly tipping over there, but they've managed to put 2 L4 Coral up. On the red side of the field, that's 4 L4 Coral up from 5199 and 1148. Your scores at the end of autonomous are 37 to 29. Starting into the teleop portion of the match, immediate scoring from all sides of the field. 43-22 putting up an L4 Coral and looking to grab an algae. Both of their alliance members doing the same, just like 51-99 and 34-73 and 11-48, all grabbing that algae off the reef all at the same time. Red Alliance looks like they're going for that point bonus. They're just filling out that L4 section of the reef. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 L4 Coral up on that red reef. Meanwhile, Blue's not to be outdone. They're filling out all the different levels. Looks like they're going for the Coral ranking point here with Coral on L2, 3, and 4. 359, the Hawaiian Kids, that effective scoring machine, picking up coral from the ground and shuttling it over to their reef. Uh-oh, looks like one coral got knocked down, but not to be deterred. 359 continues hacking away at that L2. Meanwhile, 4322 looks like their alliance's designated algae scorer as they pick up algae and toss it into their net. Over on the red side of the field, it's similarly playing out with 5199 using that effective ground intake, scooping up coral off the ground and dropping it onto their reef. 3473 looks like they're lining up for, looks like an algae got out of the field. Hopefully that can be returned to match play safely. 1148 rushing over to their coral station and back to the reef. They're going to drop one off on L3. Both of these reefs are almost entirely full. The red reef only has 2 L4 branches left. The blue reef now only has 1 with the addition of the Hawaiian Kids. Hawaiian Kids are going to go for an algae and see if they're going to toss it up into that blue algae net. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 algae in the net. Looks like 4322 is looking to make that 6. Can they make it? And they can. Oh my gosh, an incredible match we have here. 5199 going back to pick up another coral. Looks like they're just blocked off by the fact that there's 1 algae left not taken off of that red reef. They might have to remove that soon, and if they need space to score, but 20 seconds remain in the match. We're looking at an end game here. 1148 already lining up for that climb. 5199 doing the same. Blue Alliance just hacking away at that scoring. 4322 with a 7th algae up in the net. 3 seconds remain. 2. Can they hit it? And just barely missing that climb. We have 2 red robots elevated and no on blue. Scores for your qualification match will be up on the field in just a moment. Scores for your qualification match are up, and it is a Blue Alliance victory. A very high scoring match here with a score of 194 to 157. Blue Alliance will be walking away with all 6 ranking points. 359 maintaining their spot as very first place.
Let's meet our teams for this qualification match. Starting off with Team 4276.
The Surf's up for the Surf City Vikings.
Next up, we have Team 5805.
From Santa Margarita Catholic High School, it's assembly required.
And finally, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 691.
Project 691 Robotics.
Now, moving on to the Blue Alliance. Starting us off, we have Team 3759.
From St. Mary's Academy, it's the Smart Bots.
Next up, we have Team 1197.
From South High School, it's the Torbots.
And last but not least, we have Team 702.
The Bagel Bites.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get started with qualification match number 36. A reminder to all teams that you must have a human player stationed at your processor. Otherwise, you may pick up a penalty. On the blue side of the field, red side of the field, we're seeing action all over. Only one robot off the line on the red side, but on the blue side, we're getting nearly, I think that might be 4 or 3 L4 Coral from 1197. Whoa, Bagel Bite sends a Coral flying. 691, Project 691 Robotics from the red side of the field already over on the blue side looking to play some heavy defense. They know they have to keep away this effective scoring robots on the Blue Alliance. 1197 going for a Coral Super Cycle. They already dropped off a Coral on the reef and now they're grabbing an algae to drop it up in their net. 702 showing how effective they can be, but unfortunately just barely missing that L4 Coral. Uh-oh, looks like it might be stuck under their elevator. Hopefully they can get that dislodged before they're able to score the rest of their Coral. 1197 goes for an L3, but unfortunately it bounces off the algae that's still on their reef. They need to do some de-algification before they can score further. Looks like 3759 is working on that, but they're just barely not able to get that de-algifying stick in place. Over on the red side of the field, 5805, that's assembly required, dropping off some algae in their processor. Meanwhile, 4276, that's the Surf City Vikings doing some coral scoring, on their reef, but unfortunately it looks like they're just not quite lined up properly. They're going for an L3 height, but it's dropping down to the L1 trough. That's still good points for them, so they might be all right. 702, that's the Bagel Bites drifting over towards the barge zone. Looks like that stuck coral may have affected some of their systems. Hopefully they're able to resolve that. 1197 steady as ever, still going for those L4 Coral under the watchful defense of Project 691. 3759, big slam into that Coral station. They're looking to pick one up. Let's see if they can get it, and oh, unfortunately it bounces out of their robot. Meanwhile, 1197 also sat at that Coral station picking one more up. We got our two blue scoring robots doing some effective scoring. Let's see if they can fill out that blue reef. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, looks like that Coral in their robot may have disabled 702's scoring mechanism, so they're attempting some defense on the red two scoring robots. 5805 gets a pin count, but it is resolved. 702 blocking off those Coral stations, trying to prevent either 4276 or 5805 from scoring. With 4 seconds remaining in the match, we are firmly within the end game. Your scores for qualification match number 36 will be on screen shortly. And scores are out for your qualification match number 36. It's a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 93-64. All three Blue Alliance teams will be moving up in the rankings with their 4 ranking points.
Teams. Team 2637, Phantom Cast, is missing their strategy board. If you find it, please give it to pit admin if you have found it. Thank you. All right, let's meet our teams for this match. Starting off with Team 3255.
That's the Super Nerds.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4123.
Tribe Robotics.
And finally, we have Team 7042.
From Long Beach Poly, it's Poly Robotics.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance, we have Team 968.
Rock. That's Robotics Alliance of West Covina from West Covina High School in West Covina, California.
Next on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 5669.
From the Don Bosco Tech Institute, that's the Tech Men.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance, we have Team 5089.
The Robo Nerds.
All right, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get started with qualification match number 37. Lots of movement from both sides of the field. We have 3 blue robots just off the side of the lines. On the red side of the field, 4123. That tried and true Auton looks like they're going up for a third L4 Coral. Just barely not enough time. Your scores out of Auton are 17-9 with a slight red lead. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can make that up in the teleop portion of the match. 50-89. We've seen that blazing defense robot across the field. They are already on that red side of the field. 4123 lining up to their Coral station. 7042 doing the same. Those red robots are going all out for scoring. 4123 doing their classic super cycle, dropping an L4 Coral and rolling over to the net to drop an Algae. Over on the blue side of the field, also all out scoring 56-69 with a Coral and their robot looking to line up. 968 as well. Looks like they might be lining up for de-algification. 56-69 attempting to deposit it, but it looks like something might be getting stuck. Over on the red side of the field, 50-89 still playing very effective defense on these scoring robots. 7042, that long elevator going up and dropping an Algae calmly in the net. 32.55, using that ground intake to drop off some nice coral in the trough. Looks like they might be going for that algae ranking point, or that coral ranking point, sorry. 32.55 continuing to fill out the trough as 70.42 and 41.23 all work on all different levels of this red reef. As 41.23 goes up for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th L4 coral on that red reef. It's starting to get very filled in here. 70.42 also looking to drop one more algae, very effective algae robot, and we have 5 algae in that red net. Over on the blue side of the field, looks like 968 has gotten their scoring system ready again, and they have dropped a coral on L3. They're heading over their coral station. Let's see if they can pick something up, but it looks like they've decided against it, and they are moving to just go for that hang. With 22 seconds remaining in the match, that may be a wise choice. 56.69 doing the same, lining up for a hang, but not quite, retracting it into their robot. 50.89, 968 is off the ground with 10 seconds remaining. 2 red robots also looking to hang. 32.55 with that quick clamp, but they just missed. Let's see if they can realign within the last 5 seconds. 70.42 already off the ground, and it looks like that will be 1 red robot, 1 blue robot up off the ground. Your scores for qualification match number 37 in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 37 up on the board. That is a Red Alliance victory with a score of 153. Your Red Alliance will come away with 6 ranking points. 70.42 maintaining their 6th place spot, and 32.55 nearly breaking into the top 10.
All right, let's meet our teams for this qualification round. Starting off with team 3476.
Code Orange.
Next up, we have Team 11024.
Hypernova Robotics.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have Team 4201.
Our gracious host, the Vitruvian Bots.
Next up, we have our Blue Alliance. Starting off with Team 22.
Double Deuce.
Next up on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 1148.
From Harvard Westlake, it's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
And last but not least, we have Team 599.
Who rocks? Docs rocks. It's the RoboDocs.
There's that thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get started with the autonomous period of qualification match number 38. Movement on all sides of the field. 6 robots moving to score immediately right out the gate. 599, that's the RoboDocs dropping off a second L4 Coral. Over on the red side of the field, 4201 picking up one from their Coral station. Your score after autonomous is 23-16, a slight blue lead, but it's anyone's game. 599 picking up an algae from their reef and looking to drop it up in the net right away. 22 driving over to the red side of the field to play some defense on 4201. Meanwhile, 4201 and 3476, our effective scoring robots on the Red Alliance, are looking to even out that score. 599 dropping one more algae up in that net, almost tipping over. 1148, doing the same, just barely missing that algae. 11024, that's Hypernova, our rookies, looking to play some defense on the Blue Alliance as well. It's 1 for 1, 2 scoring robots, 2 defense robots. 599 dropping, that looks to be a third algae in the blue net, already getting quite full. Not many coral on that blue reef though. Looks like they're gonna get started on that right away. Over on the red side of the field, unfortunately it looks like 3476 might be having some mechanical trouble. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved. Meanwhile, 4201 persistently scoring on all levels of that reef. They just dropped an L3 coral onto the reef and they're going up for it once again. 11024 playing some good defense on 1148, trying to lock them out of those zones. 1148 exhibiting a great anti-defense technique, spinning away using that swerve drive. Unfortunately, they just barely missed that L3 coral, but they are right at it again. 599, their partners going for it again. That coral getting a little bit jostled in their robot, but they are undeterred. 1148 going up once again for level 4 and just barely missing. Over on the red side of the field, looks like 3476 might be lining up for an early climb, while 4201 continues to chip away at all levels. They have 4 L4, 4 L3, 2 L2, and 1 L1, and they are increasing that L3 by and by. 1148 doing the same thing, but there's that sonar ping, and we are in the end game. 1148 going around to the back to get a better view of that cage for their drivers. 599 continuing to score, and 11024 parking themselves firmly on the blue side of the field. But with 4 seconds remaining, they're running back over to their park zone. Your scores for qualification 38 in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 38 are up. It's a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 91-73. Your Blue Alliance is going to come away with 4 ranking points, moving up in the rankings with 599, maintaining their 3rd place spot.
Let's meet the teams for this qualification match. Starting off with team 4322.
That's clockwork.
Next up, we have team 6658.
Rockbotics.
And finally, we have team 4079.
Quantum Leap.
Moving on to our Blue Alliance. We have team 3473.
From Diamond Bar, California, that's Team Sprocket.
Next up, we have team 687.
The Nerd Herd.
And finally, we have team 1160.
Titanium Robotics. Oh, yeah. There we go.
You guys see that thumbs up? You know what that means. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Starting off with our autonomous period, these robots executing pre-programmed commands. No driver input is allowed. Over on the blue side of the field, 3 robots off the line, unfortunately just missing that L4 coral, but they still get 1 in the trough, which means they receive the auto ranking point. Your score at the end of auto is 6-12. as soon as teleop starts. 40-79, looking to rush over to that blue side of the field. But on the blue side of the field, 687 lining up for an L4 Coral. And they make it. Scoring going on all over on both sides of the field. 687 lining up once again for another L4, and they're successful. 1160 and 687, two effective scoring robots, just filling out the top row of that blue reef. Over on the red side of the field, 4322, showing their effectiveness with that algae scoring, tossing one up into the net. They pick up a coral off the ground and drop it right on L2. 4322, looks like they're going for a second algae up in that red net. And it lands. Over on the blue side of the field, 1160 attempting to pick up some coral from the coral station. They are successful. Meanwhile, 3473 able to drop one up on L4. 1160 looking to line up for the same place. They look to be blocked by a piece of coral on the ground. Hopefully they can resolve that. 4322 scoring once again in that net and picking up another coral to go for L4 on the red reef. 6658, looks like their wheel might be stuck, seem to be trying to jostle that coral out of their robot to score an L1. 4322 keeping to their strategy of algae cycling. 6658 able to land that coral in their L1 trough, just barely avoiding 4322. It looks to be going up for an algae score, and they are just barely missing. 6658 hearing that sonar ping are lining up for that donut climb where the cage is entirely encapsulated by their robot. Similarly on the blue side, 687 looking for that climb, 1160 doing the same, while 3473 continues scoring in the last 5 seconds of the match, and they are able to get an L4 coral. 1160, 687 both off of the ground. Your scores for qualification 39 in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 39. That's a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 93-46. Your Blue Alliance walks away with 5 ranking points and moves their way up the rankings.
All right, let's get started with Team 294.
That's one of our host teams. It's Beach Cities Robotics.
Next up on the alliance is Team 6220.
The Golden Griffins.
And rounding off the red alliance, we have Team 2659.
They are the Robo Warriors.
Moving on to the blue alliance. First up, we have Team 1138.
Eagle Engineering.
Next up on the alliance, we have Team 4470.
It's the Tigers.
And last but not least, we have Team 2637.
It's another one of our host teams, the Phantom Cats.
All right, see that thumbs up? Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's time for qualification match number 40. That's movement from all 6 robots in this match, and both alliances have already scored that autonomous ranking point. 6220 scored on level 1. Over on the red alliance, we've got 3 up on level 4. Over on the blue alliance, it's 4 up on level 4. 31 to 40 coming out of autonomous period. We're going to see some pretty high scores in this match. I have a feeling after we saw that incredible auton from both alliances. 294 Beach Cities Robotics up on the barge. They've been doing that all day. One of our best barge robots with these algae in this tournament. 294 now scoring on level 4. Some coral over on the blue side of the field. It's 1138 Eagle Engineering going up to level 4. The Phantom Cats doing the same. They're going to make sure they take their time and line it up, and it pays off. Phantom Cat scoring on level 4 as Eagle Engineering's back on the blue side of the reef, going up to level 4. They're barely going to miss it. It's going to fall down inside the reef. Phantom Cat's de-algifying the reef. 4470, the Tigers doing the same. Over on the red side of the field, 294 showing us what they can do with some algae. It barely bounces out, but we know that mechanism works pretty well still. Oh, they're alliance partners. It's the Robo Warriors on level 3. They get it. Those coral are bouncing around in the reef as they place them down, but no worries, they are still going to score. The Golden Griffins showing that they are that level 1 master robot. They're doing an excellent job scoring into the trough for this red alliance. We see a pretty close game between these two powerhouse alliances. 84 for red, 98 for blue, according to the real-time scoring. Simultaneous scoring from 1138 and 4470 over on the blue side of the field. Some great cooperation from all of the teams in this match. It's just been scoring, scoring, scoring. No time for defense here. No room to get those robots in the way. It's just time for scoring. Robo Warriors back into the human player station, and they're already at the reef. Here they go up. They knock a piece of coral off on their way up. They're going to want to score this one on level 4 to make up that point deficit. There they go. 294, meanwhile, scoring some algae, but it's the Blue Alliance that's pulling ahead over here. 4470, the Tigers look like they're stuck in the corner, which means that the Phantom Cats are struggling to pick up some pieces. That's going to slow down their scoring, and we'll see if that gives the Red Alliance an opportunity to catch up. 1138 doing a nice upwards movement to remove an algae at the same time that they score a piece of level 4 coral. With just 15 seconds left in the match, you hear everybody chanting climb for these teams. It's gonna come down to these climbs. We have one up in the air, the Phantom Cats over on the Blue Alliance. With just 5 seconds left, we'll see if anyone can join them. 4470 is off the ground. 1 second left, 294 might just have done it. Official scores up on the screen. The Blue Alliance takes it by just 10 points. They're going to be awarded 4 ranking points for the win, keeping all 3 of those teams in our top 10, our top 8 even. The Red Alliance is not going home empty-handed. They got 2 ranking points of their own.
Let's meet our teams for this qualification match. Starting off with team 6072.
It's Triton Tech.
Next up is team 359.
They won all 4 of the regionals this year. They want to keep it going. It's the Hawaiian Kids.
Rounding off our Red Alliance, we have team 5199.
The winners of your Aerospace Valley Regional, it's the Robot Dolphins from Outer Space.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have team 2710.
That's Jetstream.
Accompanying them on this alliance is team 8521.
They are the Cyber Lions.
And finally, rounding off this Blue Alliance is team 696.
Watch out, it's the Circuit Breakers.
All right, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Here it is, qualification match number 41. Autonomous movement from all 6 of our robots. Blue Alliance has gotten their auto ranking point. Red Alliance has also gotten it. Robot Dolphins trying to score up into the barge in autonomous. A very different strategy from what we're used to seeing. 359 on the backside of the red. Reef are going to score on level 3. Over on the blue side of the field, it's 2 up to level 4 from that alliance. Jetstream lost one of their sponsor panels. They need to hang on to that one a little bit more closely. 8521, these Cyber Lions trying to score on level 1 over there while the Circuit Breakers are scoring into the processor. They're going to drop that one in, and now it's time for the Hawaiian Kids human player to see if they can play some basketball, and they've done it. What a pro. 2710 trying to score up onto the barge again. They lose a little bit more of their sponsor panel over on the red side of the field. It's 6072 Triton Tech scoring into the processor for the Red Alliance, and it's going to be time for the Blue Alliance human player to play some basketball. 5199 using that ground intake to try to pick up some coral. They're going to give up on that piece and try to get an easier one. There they go. Up to level 3, and they've got it. 2710 over on the blue side of the field are approaching the barge. They throw it in with a great movement over there. Very nice stuff from 2710 as 696 scores on level 4 as well. It's a pretty tight game. Highest scoring game as well. 130, 136 over for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance is not messing around either. They're almost at 100 points themselves. 2710 lining up, trying to dunk onto level 4. They miss it, but they still have that coral. They can try it again. Here they go. They're going to dunk it one more time. Barely miss, and they're going to try for a 3rd time with this piece of coral. I believe in them. Let's hear it. There we go, Jetstream. Very nicely done. Over on the red side of the field, Robot Dolphins deciding to give up on that piece of coral as it got too close to those blue cages. Great job paying attention to where those penalty zones are as 359 on the other side of the reef scoring on level 4. This Red Alliance loves these coral. They're just going everywhere. 6072 up to level 3 on the back side of the reef. Very nice scoring, very nicely done lining up. Some efficient scoring from this Red Alliance. I have a feeling we might be seeing a new event high score if this Red Alliance keeps up the pace. Blue Alliance doing an excellent job as well. They are surely going to be getting some ranking points at the end of this match. We'll just have to see which ones as 696 returns to the field. They're going to drop one onto level 1. It barely misses, and they're going to return to their human play station to get one more. We only have 20 seconds left in this match. Let's see what kinds of scoring we can see. Robot Dolphin scoring on level 2. It looks like levels 4, 3, and 2 on the Red Alliance reef are completely filled. 359 going to keep scoring up until the end, doing a nice little 360 over there. Robot Dolphins are off the ground. Jetstream is almost off the ground. 359 just jumps up off the ground. What an impressive climber. Here we go. Did we get a new event high score? It looks like we did. 253 for that Red Alliance. Hawaiian Kids going to maintain their number 1 ranking. 6072 moving up, 5199 moving up. But like we said, that Blue Alliance had an impressive match of their own, getting all 3 bonus ranking points. Excellent job from both alliances. That was 9 out of 9 ranking points acquired.
All right, let's meet our teams for this match. Starting off with team 3408.
It's the Cyber Cubs.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have team 4999.
They're going to keep going. It's Momentum.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have team 597.
Watch out for those claws. It's the Wolverines.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance. Starting us off, we have team 9408.
They are the Warren Warbots.
Next up, we have team 8060.
That's VHS Robotics.
And finally, we have Team 4419.
Team Rewind.
All right, drivers, get behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
We're going to see some incredible autonomous action from both alliances in this match. 9408 and 4419 doing some great scoring over on the blue side of the field. On the red side of the field, 597 barely misses their level 4 coral. On the blue side, 9408 returns to the reef yet again, and they make it halfway back for another piece of coral. They're going to be ready to go as soon as this match starts. Here they go, putting it onto level 1, lining it up, taking their time. Barely misses, but they're going to try it one more time. Here we go, level 1 from 9408. That's more like it. 4419 Team Rewind, carefully placing onto level 4, removing an algae underneath it, and there they go. Over on the red side of the field, there's 4 robots already. There's some defense from 8060, that's VHS Robotics. Momentum working on the processor. They're going to try to shove that piece of algae in there, and they've got it. That's going to roll down the ramp, and we're going to start playing some basketball over here on the field. Excellent work from our human players today. 3408, the Cyber Cubs, doing what they can to try to help score for their team. 9408 doing some great algae placement as well. We've been watching 9408 start out every single match with some algae, and it doesn't look like they're going to change that strategy yet. It's been working for them very well so far, and they're going to keep it up. Here they go, back to the reef, back to the barge, and another one up into the net. 4999 returning to their own side of the field. Let's see what they're up to over here. They're going to pick up some algae, and let's see what they want to do with it. They're going to bring it onto the other side of the field and score it into the processor. Some interesting strategy from 4999. Meanwhile, their alliance partners 597 scoring on level 4. 4419, that's Team Rewind, moving forward this time, going on to the level 3 reef. They're scoring as 9408 does the same. This Blue Alliance putting up an impressive number of points, currently seeing 101 from these 2 scoring robots. That's Rewind and the Warren Warbots. Red Alliance doing an excellent job of their own. They've got 65 points so far as 597 scores another piece onto level 3 of the reef. They're going to use that ground intake and grab another piece of coral off the ground. Here they come back to the reef. They know what these cycles look like. It's grab coral to the reef, grab coral to the reef, grab coral to the reef all day long. The Blue Alliance also using that strategy very well. With 20 seconds left, we see that it's time to climb. 4419 Rewinds moving over to the cage. They've got their claw around it. They're going to start pulling down. Let's see if they're able to get up off the ground as the Warbots join them. 4419's off the ground. 9408 is also off the ground. And we have our final Blue Alliance team moving in, and that's all 6 robots inside the barge zone to end the match. Here we go. Final scores from that qualification match. It's the Blue Alliance. They're going to get all 6 ranking points. That's going to have some big implications on our standings as 9408 moves up into our 2nd seed here at the SoCal Showdown.
Let's get to know our teams this qualification round, starting off with Team 3759.
They're the Smart Bots.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have Team 11024.
Hypernova Robotics.
And finally on the Red Alliance, we have Team 5669.
The Tech Men.
Now on to the Blue Alliance. Starting us off, we have Team 691.
It's Project 691 Robotics.
Next on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3473.
That's Team Sprocket.
And it looks like we have both 347 teams on the same alliance. This is Team 3476.
This one is Code Orange.
All right, see that thumbs up? Drivers, get behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 43 is underway. 3476 knocking off a piece of algae, and it's going to get them a little bit stuck during their auton. Over on the red side of the field, it's 3 robots that have moved. 11024 almost gets that piece of coral in there. Such a close shot. It looks like Blue Alliance is going to receive that auton bonus ranking point for that level 4 coral placed by 3473 Team Sprocket. Now it's a teleoperated period of the match. Not a lot of action from Autonomous, which means that it's still anybody's game. 3476 Code Orange removing a piece of algae from the reef. Here they come up to the barge. They're going to place it very nicely. There we go, Code Orange. You can hear their team starting to get really excited now as 691 moves over to that red side of the field. They're going to cause a lot of traffic jams over on this red side of the field with 4 robots working over there. Looks like we have 5669, the Tech Men, still working on some communication issues. We have 3 moving robots over on the side of the field. 11024 looking to score. They're getting a little bit tippy up over at level 4 of the reef. They're going to come down, try to score it. Don't quite line it up, but they're going to keep trying. That robot's got to be careful. They do not want to fall over in this match. Over on the blue side of the field, it's Sprocket. Moving up to the reef. Here they go, up to level 4. They're going to take their time to line it up. They're going to come back down to level 1, make sure that this piece of coral is not wasted. 3476 doing the same, taking their time, being very careful with that piece of coral. Let's see if they can get it in here. Barely misses, but it's Sprocket who's able to get it. Code Orange almost knocks that piece of coral back onto the reef. That would have been impressive. Over on the red side of the field, it's still 2 scoring robots. Techmen now moving their elevator. They're back in the game. Techmen are ready to go. It's 3 red robots now. Everyone's moving. Everyone is competing here in qualification match number 43. Code Orange placing another piece up into the barge. 3473 placing on level 4. As this match goes on, the teams are getting better and better and better. Here we go. More scoring from Code Orange. 691 returning to their side of the field. That means it's almost time to climb. These teams have been doing this all season. They know what that buzzer means. That's coming in 3, 2, 1. There we go. 691 already here. They're ready to go. 3476 scoring on level 4 over on the red side of the field. Techmen still having those communication issues as 11024 tried to score one more piece of coral. They've only got about 8 seconds left. About 5 seconds now. Let's see if they can get one more. Checking in with the Blue Alliance, we see some action in the barge zone. All 3 robots making their way over, and 691 climbing up off the ground. Official scores have been posted. Blue Alliance is going to take this one with 5 ranking points, grabbing the barge bonus and the autonomous bonus. Team Sprocket is moving up into our top 10 teams after that match.
All right, let's get started. Let's meet the first team on the Red Alliance. Team 702.
Who's hungry for some bagel bites?
Next up, we have Team 1148.
It's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
And finally, we have 4470.
That's the Tigers.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance. First off, we have Team 6658.
I bet they love Rock'em Sock'em robots. It's Rockbotics.
Next up, we have Team 3255.
It's a bird, it's a plane. Just kidding, it's the Super Nerds.
And finally, we have Team 5199.
That's the Robot Dolphins from outer space.
All right, drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match 44, here we go. That's already movement from all 6 teams. Blue Alliance trying to score some coral. Red Alliance also wants to score some coral to get that ranking point bonus. Super Nerds doing one of those really special autons where they go and do all of the algae. Robot Dolphins getting that piece of coral right at the end. Blue Alliance is going to get a nice little lead coming out of Autonomous here thanks to the efforts of the Super Nerds and Dolphins. Rockbotics is ready to go now. They've got a piece of coral inside their end effector. Here they go, lining up with the reef. Let's see where they place it. Meanwhile, 702 Bagel Bites have moved over to the blue side of the field. They want to play some defense, slow down the Robot Dolphins, slow down the Super Nerds, see if they can make a splash over here on the side of the field. On the red side of the field, it's free swimming for our 2 offensive scoring robots. 4470, the Tigers delivering a piece of algae to that Blue Alliance human player. Here he goes, making Stephen Curry proud. Over on the red side of the field, 1148 getting a piece of coral from the human player station. There they go, up to level 3, and they've got it this time. Super Nerds continuing to put some algae up into the reef. As we see, one of our poor algae has been deflated on the field. That one's not going to get scored this match. Super Nerds continuing to do their strategy of the algae as the Blue Alliance is continuing to score all over the field. Red Alliance 4470 now at the human player station, grabbing a piece of coral. They're going to go up. Let's see what level they decide to score on. They're actually going to remove some algae first, doing some great multitasking. Tiger is going to score on level 2. There they go. 1148 Harvard Westlake Robotics scoring on level 3. Red Alliance doing their best to catch up after the Blue Alliance got a lead coming out of auto. But this Blue Alliance has not slowed down during teleop. They've extended their lead, and they're continuing to perform very well. Robot Dolphins up on level 4 for another piece of algae. 3255 up on level 1 for another piece of coral. 6658 doing what they can to line up, making sure that they don't miss, and it barely misses. They're going to try another one before this match ends. We still have 40 seconds left to play the game here. 1148 Harvard Westlake continuing to fill out level 3. They have shown us that they are very proficient at level 3 as they do yet another one. These are some very fast cycles from Harvard Westlake. 4470, the Tigers lining up very nicely for their human player, collecting another piece of coral and scoring it onto level 1. It does land. Very nice from the Tigers. 5199 and Rockbotics already off the ground. We've got 15 seconds left, and they're just sitting pretty. 3255 with that great climber. They're just going to jump up off the ground. It's 3 hanging robots over on the red side of the field. It looks like the Tigers are also off the ground. A lot of climbing action here at the end of qualification match 44, as it looks like 6658 fell down at the last second. Quite unfortunate. Here we go. Official scores from that last qualification match. It's a Blue Alliance victory. Slight note, there is going to be a yellow card awarded to Team 702 for a violation of Rule G409, excessive control of more than one game piece at a time.
Let's get started with introductions for this qualification match. Starting off with Team 8521.
The Cyber Lions.
Next up, we have Team 3408.
The Cyber Cubs.
And finally, we have Team 968.
Rock, the Robotics Alliance of West Covina.
Next up, we have the Blue Alliance, starting off with Team 6072. Next, we have Team 2659.
The Robo Warriors.
And finally, we have Team 597.
The Wolverines.
All right, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's get started with this qualification match number 45. Looks like there are actually only 2 robots present on the Blue Alliance. Hopefully they can make up for that. Starting our autonomous period, we have 1 blue L4 coral already, but on the red side, they've already dropped a coral in the trough, meaning both teams will get that Auton win point. Our scores out of Auton are 22-12. Moving into teleoff, Immediately, lots of movement on both sides of the field. Over on the red side, we have 3 scoring robots. 3408 doing good work removing the algae, almost tipping backwards, but making it back, while 968 drops a coral on level 3. On the blue side of the field, 597 looking to follow up, placing that's actually a 4th coral on the level 4. 2659 looks to do the same, but unfortunately just missing. 3408, coral in hand, lining up for that red reef, and they managed to make it. 8521 taking over the L2 section of the reef, and 968 taking over L3. On the blue side of the field, 597, that accurate scoring machine, placing up one more L4 coral, while their partners 2659 look to pick up a coral as well. They have one in their robot. Let's see if they can line up the score. Over on the red side of the field, 968 and 8521 both lining up to that reef. 968 using that effective descoring stick to remove the algae from their reef, while 3408 heads back and joins up with 8521. The Cyber Twins both working together at that coral station. 3408 successfully scores L4, and 8521 looks to be lining up for L2. Actually, they decide to go to L3, and they successfully score, just like 597, who successfully scored on L4 of that blue reef. 597 and 2659 making a good team here, as they've nearly filled out that blue side of the reef. 597 almost out of places to score up here on level 4, but they move around to the backside. 2659 helping them out. And can they get it? Trying to line up, and they get it. 597 looking to fill out that last branch of the L4. But we hear the sonar ping. That means 20 seconds remaining in the match. 968, climber out and ready to go. They're lining up for that center cage. Let's see if they can get that hang. Over on the blue side of the field, they've decided to take the strategy of scoring to the very end. But with 2 seconds remaining in the match, we have 3 red robots in their bar zone. Your scores for qualification match number 45 in just a moment. Your scores for match number 45. It is barely a Red Alliance victory. Small score gap, it's 77-72. Your Red Alliance comes away with 4 ranking points and moves up in the rankings.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification 46. Starting off with team 599.
Your 4th Alliance seed, it's the Robodocs.
Next up, we have team 4123.
Tribe Robotics.
Finally, we have 5089.
That's the Robo Nerds.
Moving on to the Blue Alliance. We have team 1138.
From Chaminade College Prep, that's Eagle Engineering.
Next, we have team 4079.
Quantum Leap.
And finally, we have team 1160.
Titanium Robotics.
All right, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's get this qualification match 46 started. 5 robots immediately off the lines, and we get the 6th just right after. 4079 up at full extension, but nowhere near that reef. Looks like they may have repurposed an already used Auton. 1138 drops off their L4, and 1160 drifts to a stop. Your scores out of Auton are tied up at 23-23. 4079 lowers their elevator with a clack, and looks like they're lining up to head to that blue reef. 4123 algae in hand, looking to match the Robodocs and drop the 2nd algae up into that red net. 4079 dropped a coral on L4, but just barely missing. Over on the red side of the field, 599 and 4123, both very effective scoring robots, both with coral and algae, lining up to their reef and filling out that L4 section. Over on the blue side of the field, 1160 matching them up. That L4 side of their reef is loaded up, and they head to L3. 4079 doing that de-algification that they're known so well for. Are they heading over to their coral station? They decide instead to race over to the red side of the field to play some defense. Speaking of defense, it looks like the typical defense spot, 5089, is unfortunately having some mechanical issues. Their RSL is fully off. That doesn't bode too well. Hopefully they can get that resolved. Meanwhile, 599 picking up an algae from the ground and going up. Oh, it just barely falls out of their claw. Hopefully they're able to recover that. 4123 escaping the defense of 4079, moving over to the other coral station. That red L4 nearly entirely filled out. 1160 not to be outdone, heading for level 3. 1138 helping them out. Only 2 L4 rungs left for both teams. On the red side, Tribe Robotics going up and dropping a level 3 coral in, racing back to their coral station to do the same. 599 matching up, trying to stay just ahead of that 4079 defense bot. 4123 all the way up to the top. But that is your sonar ping. We are now in the end game. 1138 racing to fill out that last L4 coral, and now both blue robots heading to their barge zone. 1160 has the cage in their robot. 1138 does too. 5 seconds remaining in the match. 2, 1, and 0. Scores for your qualification 46 in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match number 46, that is a red victory with a score of 117-101. Your Red Alliance comes away with 4 ranking points, 41-23, breaking into that top 10 ranking.
Let's meet our teams for this match, starting off with Team 696.
From Clark Magnet High School, that's the Circuit Breakers.
Next up, we have Team 7042.
From Long Beach Polytechnic, it's Poly Robotics.
And next up, we have Team 4201.
From right here in Da Vinci Schools, it's the Vitruvian Bots.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 5805.
From Rancho San Margarita, it's Assembly Required.
Then we have Team 1197.
From South Torrance High School, that's the Tor Bots.
And finally, we have Team 6220.
From Los Alamitos High School, the Golden Griffins.
All right, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's get our qualification match number 47 started, and action on all sides of the field. We have 3 red robots off and 2 L4 Coral already. 3 blue robots off and also 2 L4 Coral. 4201 looking to make that 4, but just barely missing. Your scores out of autonomous are 30-33. In the teleop period, 62-20 immediately heading over to the red side of the field to play some defense. 70-42 extending that long arm up to the algae to drop some algae in the net. 4201 looking to pick up a coral from the ground, but it looks like their intake maybe just barely can't reach. Over on the blue side of the field, 1197 also shuttling some algae up to the blue net. 5805 with an algae in hand as well, but this time dropping it in the processor. On the red side of the field, it looks like 696 might be having some drive trouble, but they are able to recover. Heading over to the blue side of the field, they're going to start playing some defense on 5805. 1197 picks up a coral from their coral station, and they are looking to fill out that L4 rung of the Blue Alliance Reef. They pick up an algae, but they just drop it on the ground. They're focused on coral this match. 696 trying to run defense against 1197. But those drivers of Torbots are focused in on their one goal. Over on the Red Alliance, it's the same story. 62-20 trying to lock out those Red Alliance scoring robots. 4201 looking to line up an L4 Coral, but just barely missing. Live scoring shows these teams are neck and neck. It's still anybody's game. 5805 returning that algae to the processor. Last time it bounced out, but this time it rolls in securely. They pick up one more from the ground. Let's hope they can make that 2 for 2. 1197 is now high centered on some algae through the defense of 696. 5805, their teammates going to come over and help them out. Hopefully they can get unstuck, and they do. Over on the Red Alliance side, 6220 trying to achieve the same effect, repeatedly ramming that Red Alliance bot. 4201 able to avoid them, but 7042 coming under heavy defense. That sonar ping tells us there's 20 seconds remaining. 7042 and 4201 lining up for climbs. 696 lining up for a park as well with 7 seconds remaining in the match. 1197 is up. 7042 is up. 5805 races back for a last second park. Your scores for qualification 47 in just a second. Here are your scores for qualification match number 47. It is a Blue Alliance victory. With a score of 112 to 101, your Blue Alliance comes away with 4 ranking points.
And we are issuing a yellow card for a violation of G211 for Team 7042. All right, let's meet our teams for this match. Starting off with Team 4999.
From Long Beach, California, it's Momentum.
Next up is Team 2637.
Rolling Hill Estates, it's the Phantom Cats.
And finally on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4419.
From San Marcos, it's Team Rewind.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9408.
From Downey, California, it's the Warren Warbots.
Next up, we have Team 359.
From Waialua, Hawaii, it's Jack and the... Oh, that's Hawaiian Kids.
And finally, rounding up the Blue Alliance, we have Team 687.
The Nerd Herd from Carson, California.
See that thumbs up? Drivers, get behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 48, we have our rank 1 team here in the blue going and putting up. They already have 3 coral. Oh, make that 4 coral on the Blue Alliance Reef. Red Alliance getting 2 and maybe 3 now. 4 by my view. Scores keep going up and it's just auto. We're 56 to 40 and we haven't even started tally yet. Red Alliance doing some more work on the reef, getting some coral if they drop it on. Yes, they do from 4419. Looks like Warbots and Hawaiian Kids putting up some algae onto the barge for the Blue Alliance. But Nerd Herd also making sure that that reef on the top, level 4, is filled. Red Alliance positioning themselves of putting more coral onto their reef. Looks like they may have a strategy going for ranking points rather than just a win. Blue Alliance getting more and more things onto that barge. And a little bit of traffic over on the reef when you got to score that much. Red Alliance reloading, getting more pieces, perhaps even looking at using the processor to get a little bit more points in this match. Blue Alliance filling out more slots on that reef. Maybe we'll see a full reef this match, guys. Nerd Herd picking up off the ground, but 49.99 again going for that processor, a different strategy over there on the Red Alliance. Phantom Cats going for an L1. They got a few more pieces there, and they may guarantee themselves at least a ranking point regardless of the final score. Referees calling out something. Blue Alliance looking at getting some more pieces and filling out that reef, getting that last algae by the Warbots into that barge. It's looking pretty full on one side. Looking at Nerd Herd getting in that last slot, filling in the top slots over there on the Blue Alliance Reef. Red Alliance Reef, the bottom's looking pretty full, and they're filling in those slots in those middle sections. A few more algae to come off if they really want to put some more in there. Blue Alliance again trying to find another empty slot. Ladies and gentlemen, we're only 3 pieces away from a full reef on levels 2, 3, 4. Red Alliance also trying to fill it out, getting another piece on. Oh, and they drop it. Not gonna know if that's gonna count. We'll check the referees on that. As we swing over to the last 20 seconds, Robots trying to look how they can climb. Red Alliance opting to try to go for all 3 of them as early as they can. Warbots now going to climb, but 359 known to climb a little bit later than everyone else. Now going up. Warbots looks like they're up. Hawaiian Kids looks like they're up. Nerd Herd looks like they're up. Looks like we got every single robot up in the air, and a blue reef is completely filled. We'll look to see what a referee say for that match and see what those final scores will be. The final score is coming in, 193 on the red, but blue getting 251. Hawaiian Kids and Warbots securing rank 1 and 2. Phantom Cats on number 4. We'll see if that consists all the way to Alliance selection.
Let's meet our teams for this qualification match. Starting off with Team 8060.
That's VHS Robotics.
Team 4276.
The Surf City Vikings.
Team 2710.
Flying High, that's Jetstream.
Onto the Blue Alliance. Team 22.
Double Deuce.
Team 4322.
That's Clockwork.
And finally, Team 294.
Beach Cities Robotics.
See that thumbs up? Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's get started with this autonomous period of qualification match 49, sorry. Movement all sides of the field. 294 dropping off an L4 coral for the blue reef, making that 2. Over on the red side of the field, Jetstream 2710 picking up a coral from their coral station but not able to score it on the reef. Your scores out of autonomous are 30-9. Over on the blue side of the field, looks like 8060 has come over from red to play some defense, getting body slammed directly by 294, who has both a coral and an algae in their robot. 4322, that's Clockwork. Looks like they're lining up to make a coral score, but they're unable to lift their arm. Hopefully they're able to get that resolved. 294, that algae scoring robot popping up another one into that blue net. Team 22, Double Deuce, lining up at their coral station. Hopefully they're able to line up and get a coral into their robot. 4322, looks like they've resolved their issues. They go up for an algae, but just barely miss. Paralleling them on the red side, Jetstream 2710 looking to score algae in that net. 4276, the coral scorer of that alliance goes for an L3 coral, just barely missing. 2710 lobs an algae into the net, but it bounces out. 4322 filling up that blue net, but unfortunately their algae bounces out as well. 294 chipping away at that blue reef. 8060 playing some good defense on 294, but 294 just moving smoothly, able to evade their defense. 2710 lining up once again, and they successfully score an algae in that red net. Meanwhile, their teammates, 4276, the Surf City Vikings, dropping out a coral into L1, but it bounces out. Whoa! Jetstream sends a coral an algae almost flying out of the arena. Now, after removing all of the algae from their reef, they're shifting their focus to coral. Over on the blue side of the field, 294 has filled out L4, L3, L2 on their sides of the reef, and now moving around to the backside. Team 22 has a coral in their robot. Looks like they might be looking to toss it into the level 1 trough. Ooh, they go for it, but they just barely miss. Sonar pings, and that means there's 20 seconds remaining in the match. 294 lining up for that slow but steady climb, pulling the reef into their robot. With 10 seconds remaining, all 3 red robots are looking to line up for a climb. Jetstream still with a coral in their robot. 294 is up off the ground, 4276, and Jetstream barely does not make it. Your scores for qualification 49 in just a moment. Your scores for qualification match 49, that's a Blue Alliance victory with a score of 101 to 42. Blue Alliance will come away with 4 ranking points. 294 maintains their position as the 5th seed in this competition.
All right, teams, before I get on to the introduction for the teams for our next qualification match, the final qualification match that we will be going on to tonight will be qualification number 54. In order to make up for this, for us falling behind schedule, the pits will be closing at 7 p.m. tonight. Now, moving on to team introductions. Introducing Team 6220.
From Los Alamitos High School, it's the Golden Griffins.
Next up is Team 5669.
From the Don Bosco Tech Institute, it's the Tech Men.
Rounding off our Red Alliance is Team 4079.
From Oxford Academy, it's Quantum Leap.
Moving on to our Blue Alliance. Starting off with Team 6072.
From Corona Del Mar High School, it's Triton Tech.
Next up is Team 1148.
From Harvard Westlake, it's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
Last but not least is Team 6476.
Our only community team of the match, it's Code Orange.
All right. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's get started with our autonomous period. 3476 immediately springing up to shoot an L4 coral. Unfortunately, they just barely miss. On the red side of the field, we have 3 robots off the line, and 6220 has dropped 1 in the L1 trough. That means they get that autonomous win point. Rolling into driver control period. 3476 grabbing an algae immediately off of the reef, while 1148 goes to score their preload on level 4. 4079 quickly working their way over to the blue side of the field, trading with 6072, who quickly made their way over to the red side of the field, but 6072 coming back home just as quickly as they left. Guess they missed it a little too much. And now they're running out. Looks like they're actually stealing algae from the Red Alliance. They've got an interesting strategy here. 6072 is taking the Red Alliance's algae and shuffling it into their own processor. Meanwhile, 1148 also scoring algae. This time they're putting it in the net. Oh my gosh, 6072, an off-road robot driving over an algae but not getting high-centered. Over on this red side of the field, 5669, a coral in hand, and they successfully drop that onto L2. 6072 continuing their algae pilfering. Looks like somebody's roller has come off onto the field. I believe that may belong to Code Orange. It rolled off down the line. They seem undeterred. They may have lost their coral ground intake, but they can still score for algae. 1148, their alliance partner, with a coral in hand going up and successfully dropping one on level 3. 4079, that Quantum Leap robot, they've had a lot of practice playing defense, and they are doing it splendidly. Meanwhile, back at home, 6220, calmly grabbing some algae from the coral station and shuffling it around to drop it off in the L1 trough. 1148 trying to escape that 4079 defense machine, and they are successful. Looks like 3476 might be having some trouble. They've just gone for a park. 1148 moving into position, 20 seconds remaining in the match, and they are ready for this park. 6072 still hanging out on that red side, looking to see if maybe they can pilfer one last algae. But 4079 with the deep cage inside of their funnel, well, they're certainly parked with 5 seconds remaining in the match. All 6 robots are sitting very comfortably in their barge zones. Your official scores for match number 50 in just a moment. Your scores for match 50, it's a Blue Alliance victory. With a score of 110 to 63, your Blue Alliance comes away with 4 ranking points. 3476 moving up to 18th place, breaking into that top 20.
Let's meet our teams for qualification 51. Starting off with team 2637.
One of our host teams, the Phantom Cats.
Next up is team 11024.
Your 2023 VEX World Champions. Taking on FRC, it's Hypernova Robotics.
Next up is team 599.
Who rocks? It's the RoboDocs.
On to the Blue Alliance. Starting off with team 4999.
Still rolling, it's Momentum.
Next up is team 702.
The Bagel Bites.
And last but not least is team 5089.
The Robo Nerds.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's start off our qualification match number 51 with an autonomous period. We get all 6 robots off that starting line. 49.99 looking to drop 1 in the trough, and that means they have that autonomous ranking point. 26.37 looking for L4 Coral. Same with 5.99 to end the match with 5 L4 Coral. Your scores at the end of autonomous, 35 to 26. 5.99 RoboDocs going up for an algae in that red net. Meanwhile, 26.37 racing around to drop a Coral on L2. Both sides of the field, all 3 robots are scoring, just going at it. 7.02 dropping 1 on L4 for the Blue Alliance. 5.99 doing that algae game that they do well, playing some basketball and dropping it in the red net. 26.37 lining up for another L2. It looks like they've been assigned to L2 scoring. 5.99 once again successfully. I think that's 3 for 3, 4 for 4 with those algae. Meanwhile, on the blue side of the field, 7.02 Coral in hand slams it onto that L3 while their teammates 49.99 rolls an algae into the processor. 7.02 lining up once again, and they successfully score 2 for 2 with those L3s. 26.37 now moved on to L3 scoring. They're starting to fill out their side of the red reef. Meanwhile, 5.99 working away at that algae. Unfortunately, it just barely drops down. 50.89 looks like they might unfortunately be having some drive trouble. Hopefully they can restore that. As of right now, Blue Alliance is at a 2v3. 7.02 showing themselves to be capable scorers on every level, filling out that L3 just as well. 49.99 doing that algae game and shuffling it over to the processor, where Hypernova's human player can try and launch it into the net. Speaking of Hypernova, they've been scoring well and dropping some Coral into the L1 trough. They even have a ground intake. Let's see if they can pick it up, and they do. A great success for our rookies. Phantom Cats got their funnel hanging out of their robot, and that means it's time to climb with that sonar ping. 20 seconds remain in the match, now 15. 49.99, cage in hand, 11.024 parked, 26.37 is up, 7.02 is parked, 5 seconds remain, 5.99 going for a last second Coral. 3, 2, 1, and 0. They managed to score it in the L1 trough. Your final scores for match number 51 in just a minute. Your match results for qualification 51, it's a Red Alliance victory with a score of 169 to 101. That Red Alliance is going to be taking home all 6 ranking points, with 2637 maintaining 4th place and 599 maintaining 3rd.
Let's meet the teams for qualification 52. Starting off with team 294.
It's one of our host teams, the Beach Cities Robotics.
Next up is team 687.
Another one of our host teams, it's the Nerd Herd.
And next up we have team 3759.
That's the Smart Bots.
On to our Blue Alliance. Starting off, we have Team 5199.
They're the Robot Dolphins from outer space.
Next up, we have Team 597.
One of our Hall of Fame teams, it's the Wolverines.
Rounding us off, we have Team 7042.
Hopping their way through the tournament, it's Polyrabotics.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
With just 3 qualification matches left for today, the competition is getting fierce. Over on the blue side of the field, it's already 2 pieces of coral up onto level 4. Looks like another one from Poly Robotics almost getting onto level 3 on the red side of the field. There's 2 up there from Beach Cities Robotics. They get a 3rd. What an autonomous routine from Beach Cities Robotics. Starting out our teleoperated action, it's the smart bots on the red side of the field. They're lining up on level 3. It's barely going to fall down and out of the reef. This time it's Nerd Herd going up to level 4 with Beach Cities Robotics simultaneous scoring from this Red Alliance. You can already tell that this is going to be a great match from these 2 teams. 294 Beach Cities Robotics going up to the barge as the same time that 7042 does it on the other side of the field. 5199 going up to level 3 on the front node of the reef, and they've got it. Over on the red side of the field, it's Nerd Herd going up to level 4 as Beach Cities continues to score this algae. There we go. Nerd Herd changes their mind. They're back down on level 2, and they've got that one. Smartbots over in the corner. They're going to get another piece of algae from their human player and return to the reef. Here they go up to level 2. Let's see if they can score it. They're taking their time to line up. They know how important these points are, and they've got it. Smartbots with another onto level 2 as 7042 Poly Robotics on the blue side continues to work on de-algification. They're removing all that algae from the reef, and it's doing a great job of it. The Blue Alliance started with a deficit in this match, but now they have the lead. Blue Alliance continuing to sort of run away with this match. Their points are going up and up and up as Poly Robotics is scoring more algae. 5199 going up to level 4. That's going to be another set of points for the Blue Alliance. Over on the red side of the field, 294 answers with a piece of their own onto level 3. 687 joining them with a piece onto level 4 as Poly Robotics puts more algae into the reef. Poly Robotics showing that they are ready for the playoffs. They are doing an excellent job with the algae over here. We have 40 seconds left in this match, and both alliances are putting up very impressive scores. Smartbots working on level 1 and 2 over on this red side of the reef. Let's see if they can get one more over here. They're being very careful as 294 puts a piece of algae up. It bounces off the rim, but it does go in. 24 seconds left in this match as the Robot Dolphins on the backside of the reef, place on level 3, 597 on another back face of the reef, placing on level 3 as well. This Blue Alliance knows their strategy. They are just filling up that reef for points. We heard those sonar buzzers 10 seconds ago, which means it's climb time. 7042 and 5199 working on it for Blue. Over on the red side of the field, we have these 3 robots, and it's 687 off the ground first. 294 joins them. It looks like we've got double climbs on both sides of the field. Stay tuned for our final scores. Official score is coming up on the screen right now. The Blue Alliance will be taking that match. 5 ranking points will be awarded. A clean match from both sides with no penalties. Robot Dolphins moving up into our top 10. 7042 Poly Robotics maintaining 6th place. 294 is going to stay in their position on the red side of the field.
Let's meet the teams for qualification 53. Starting off with team 968.
That's Rock.
Next up is team 5805.
It's the winners of the Ventura County Regional Assembly Required.
Next up is team 1160.
That's Titanium Robotics.
Moving on to our Blue Alliance, starting off with team 696.
The Circuit Breakers.
Next up is team 359.
They want to hang on to number 1. It's the Hawaiian Kids.
And finally is team 8060.
That's VHS Robotics.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
52 down, 2 more to go for today. Here we go, autonomous action from all 6 robots on both sides of the field. It's 359 over on the back side of the reef for blue. It's 696 also scoring onto the back of the reef. Over on the red side of the field, 5805 is lined up at the trough. 1160 has scored on the level 4. It looks like we're going to get ranking point bonuses from that autonomous period for both alliances in this match. As we get underway here, the Blue Alliance is wasting no time getting ready to score. Here they go up into the barge. That's one from 359, but don't blink. Here comes a second, or you might miss it. Another one from 359. Circuit Breakers, meanwhile, have placed one into the processor. Here comes another one from the Circuit Breakers. Meanwhile, we're starting to see some basketball shots from our human players. They're both doing an excellent job in this match. Over on the red side of the field, we got 4 robots, and you all know what that means by now. It's time for some defense. 8060 VHS Robotics just doing their best to get in the way, slow down the scoring power of this Red Alliance. It also leaves the field nice and wide open for their 2 scoring robots, 359 and 696, to just continue scoring and scoring and scoring. There's nothing going on the blue side of the field except for pure scoring. Meanwhile, on the red side of the field, it's chaos. You see VHS Robotics trying to get in the way, trying to slow down these teams, and it looks like they're doing a pretty good job of it. 99 points for the Blue Alliance, 83 for Red, trailing by a little bit, but it's still anybody's match. We have over a minute left here in qualification match number 53. Going up to level 2 is 5805. Meanwhile, 1160 does some very nice driving. They're going to try to get around 8060, and they've done it. Here they go up at the reef with 968. Both red robots scoring at the same time. One of them drops, 2 of them drop, but 5805 is going to pick up the pace. They're going to score another piece of algae into the processor, while on the blue side of the field, we continue to see Coral being scored by 359. 696 has been down for a little while now. Let's see if they can get connected to finish out this match. 359 now doing all of the scoring work for this Blue Alliance, but man, this robot can move. That's another piece onto level 4. Here they go, ground intake, back to the reef, another piece on level 4. These are some fast cycles from that Hawaiian robot. Over on the red side of the field, we hear the sonar buzzer. 968, 1160, and 5805 look like they're making their way toward the reef. 5805 going to continue scoring, actually. 359 doing their best to get some algae with just 5 seconds left in this match. Watch that climb. Up they go. Almost instant from the Hawaiian kids. On the red side of the field, we have 2 robots inside the barge zone. As we start to move into our final qualification match of the day, everybody, please remember that if you borrowed safety glasses from any of our pit stations here, please return them at the end of the day. We would love to get those back. So again, if you borrowed safety glasses from the event, from the venue today, please do us all a favor and return them if you're able to. Final score is up on the big screen now. That's a Blue Alliance victory. All 6 ranking points will be awarded to our winning alliance. 1 will be awarded to our Red Alliance. 359 is going to be quite happy with that one, staying in first place. 696, the Circuit Breakers, moving up into our top 10 as we get ready to close for the night.
All right, before I introduce the teams for our next qualifying match, as a reminder that this is our final qualification match of the day and that the venue will be closing at 7 p.m. Now, let's get on to meeting our teams for our final qualification match number 54. Team 22.
They're back for the first time since 2006. It's Double Deuce.
Next on our Red Alliance, we have Team 4419.
That's Team Rewind.
And finally, we have Team 3473.
That's Team Sprocket.
Moving on to our Blue Alliance, we have Team 8521.
It's the Cyber Lions.
Next up, we have Team 9408.
Watch out for that shark. It bites. It's the Warren Warbots.
And last but not least, we have Team 1138.
That's Eagle Engineering.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. Qualification match number 54. It's the last one for today, and there's a ton of autonomous action. Warbots scoring onto level 4 and into the barge with those algae. They're going to look for another one on the red side of the field. We already have one up onto level 4, courtesy of 4419 Team Rewind. 1138 going to end the autonomous period. Just about to place a piece. Here they go. 1138. Here we go. Eagle Engineering scores onto level 4, while 9408 continues to score in the barge. They are so good at this algae. If you want to see some impressive algae scoring, watch those Warren Warbots. Over on the red side of the field, we're going to see scoring on all different levels of the reef today. 22, that team is great at doing level 1. 3473 placing anywhere they want. 4419 doing the same. This time they're going to choose to go up to level 4. That's a slam dunk from Team Rewind. Over on the blue side of the field, it's 8521, the Cyber Lions, placing onto level 2, while 9408 places onto level 3. 8521 and 1138 are sharing a human player station, while 9408 is given free reign of the opposite side human player station. These teams know their strategy, they know their zones, and they're going to follow those exactly, maximize their cooperation. Over on the red side of the field, we're going to see similar strategies. 3473 now removing a piece of algae from the reef, clearing it out so they can continue to score. 4419 doing their best to score onto level 1. It's barely going to fall short. Checking with the score is almost 100 points for this Blue Alliance. They're clearly going to get through that milestone. And there it is. 1138 brings one more piece onto level 4, and that's going to shoot that Blue Alliance past the 100-point threshold. Over on the red side of the field, 4419, 3473, and 22 are at the reef, all trying to score, trying to catch up to this Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance doing an excellent job over here. Red Alliance doing everything they can to catch up. They're doing quite a good job of it. 3473 Sprockets. Here they come up into the reef. Let's see where they decide to place this coral. They're going up level 3, and it barely falls down. 4419 is going to try to make up for it by placing onto level 3 of their own. It falls down, but lands into the trough. That's still points for the Red Alliance. Over on the blue side of the field, we're starting to see the reef really get full. These teams are having to be a little bit more careful about where they place pieces. They do not have a lot open anymore. They've done such a good job filling it up so far. 1138 is already in the barge zone. They're already off the ground. They know what's important right now. Ranking points. It's our last match of the day. Teams are going to be doing their strategy meetings, and these ranking points really matter. 9408 getting the same memo. They're up off the ground. 4419 sneaks into the barge zone on the red side of the field in the last second. That's an official score, 159 from our Blue Alliance. That's all 6 ranking points. A great effort from both alliances here. Red Alliance is going to get one of their own. That had big ranking implications going into tomorrow. 9408 maintaining their number 2 seed. And we also have 1138 going to move into our top 8. They will be ending the day in 7th. All right, everybody, we had a great day of qualification matches, but guess what? We have one more surprise in store for all of you. We actually aren't done here for tonight. We're going to be doing a replay of match number 2, so stick around for that. You're not going to want to miss it. In order to give our teams plenty of time to prepare for match number 2's replay, we're going to be taking an 8-minute break. The timer on the field currently shows 6 minutes and 50 seconds left, so stick around for that. Some additional reminders. The venue will be closing 7 o'clock on the dot today, so we need everybody out of the venue at 7 o'clock. And for those of you who are parked in the Millennium Overflow parking lot, the gates will lock at 7:30, so make sure that you have left and moved your car by 7:30.
All right, it's time to start the replay of match number 2. Starting off at team 1148.
It's Harvard Westlake Robotics.
Next up is team 60. Next up is team 4419.
It's Team Rewinds, rewinding the clock to replay this match.
Rounding off our Red Alliance is team 6220.
The Golden Griffins. They've got a very cute plush over there.
Moving on to our Blue Alliance, starting off with team 3759.
We'll see if this replay was a smart move. It's the Smart Bots.
Next up is team 4123.
That's Tribe Robotics.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance is team 4999.
It's Momentum.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. This is our last match of the day for real this time. It's a replay of match number 2, and these teams, they've had all day to work on their robots, fix everything leading up to this replay of match number 2. We'll see if the outcome has changed this time around. Both teams scoring up on level 4 and autonomous. That's a third one. That nice buzzer beater coming in from team 4123 Tribe Robotics over on the blue side of the field. On red, it's Rewinds going up to level 4. They're going to very carefully place that piece of coral so gently, so nicely, so kind to our nice reef. 4419 doing a great job over there with those coral, while their alliance partner 1148 moves over to the barge. Watch them remove this algae going up to the reef. One smooth motion. They know exactly what they're doing at this point in the tournament. 4123 trying to place onto level 4, getting those difficult coral up on top of the reef. 1148 showing that they are the algae masters. They're going to continue this strategy of removing algae from the reef, coming around to the barge zone and placing it in. 6220, meanwhile, the Golden Griffins going to be continuing to place on level 1. They get a piece inside their end effector from the human player station. They're going to try to place it into level 1, and they've got it. Wonderfully done from the Golden Griffins. 3759 trying to slow down those Griffins, try to make sure that they don't get a ton. And the 4419 gets stuck on an algae, but they get off on their own. Some nice work from their drive team to shift their weight and make sure that they can get off of that algae and back into the match. 6220 being a little bit too rough with those coral. They're going to place one down but knock another off at the same time. Over on the blue side of the field, 4999, 4123 are our 2 scoring robots. This defensive strategy doesn't seem to be working quite well enough. They've only got 2 scoring robots against Red Alliance's 3 scoring robots. They're going to need to catch up here as we've only got 45 seconds left in the match. Tribe doing what they can. That's another piece of algae up into the net. Blue Alliance doing a great job trying to close this point gap. It's only 10 points now between these 2 alliances on the red side of the field. We see plenty of scoring action, but we also see that defense slowing down the triple offensive strategy from the Red Alliance. 4419 placing onto the back. 6220 again knocking a piece out of the reef. And we see that it's anyone's game, just 3 points separating them. The Blue Alliance actually has the lead right now. 41-23 going to place one. It's going to fall all the way down to level 1, which will count. With just 1 point between these two teams, every single one matters. 41-23 placing on level 2, 44-19 off the ground. Here we go. Everyone's in the barge zone now on the Red Alliance. 49-99 needs to get off the ground. They might have done it. I see them swinging, but we'll have to hear from the judges and the referees if that's actually going to count. Here we go. It's the Red Alliance! First time around, the Blue Alliance won, but that was a tech fault that caused the replay. This time, with an even playing field, the Red Alliance is going to take it and earn 5 ranking points.
Thank you to all the teams for your hard work and gracious professionalism today. The pits will be closing at 7 p.m. So please make sure to collect your stuff and put the robot to bed. We'll see you in the morning. We have another full day tomorrow with opening ceremonies beginning at 8:30 a.m. Have a great night and we'll see you tomorrow.
One more reminder, if you're in the Millennium Overflow parking lot, that is going to lock for the night at 7:30, so please make sure that you get your cars out of there if you need them tonight. Again, the Millennium Overflow parking is going to close for the night at 7:30, so make sure that you don't get stuck behind that gate.